Nah, Yash, you want to know what a scam is? I can type in the chat before anybody, and I spent the whole day the other day trying to get a crown, and everybody kept jumping me, bro. They wouldn't give me the crown for shit. I don't even think I'm allowed to get the crown. I think because it's my channel, they won't give it to me. I was gonna try to use insider information on the restart of the stream to lock in that crown. What's going on, Jerome? Guys, what's good, bro?
I don't know what you've taken, D, but for at what is it now? 6 o'clock in the morning there, something like that. You sound surprisingly energized.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna hit the wall and go from completely wired to passed out at some point. I appreciate you, Sin. Nah, there's no kings yet. I feel like Ghost does have a method, though. I haven't figured it out yet.
So, do you see us going down to 97?
The what? No. The measured move is to 103.8. Just
I
to
mean,
clear all this
maybe longer
liquidity.
term.
I don't
Longer
think
term.
so. I don't think we go back down underneath 100 unless something goes wrong.
Because I could see
Personally,
that spiking dominance and everyone puking alts, and
yeah.
that would be the reset where
Oh, Dbloc, really
dominance
important
starts
before
formed.
you go to sleep. Really important. Launch coin looks to me like it's staging on the 50.
You just cut somebody off, Ghost. You got them muted?
Oh, so sorry, so sorry.
Nah,
I
it's
didn't,
okay.
I
You
didn't.
might just have somebody. Discord tends to mute people
Yeah,
every once in a while.
bro, sorry, bro. Didn't hear you, or the volume's a little low. Sorry.
That's right. You go.
No, go ahead, go ahead. My question is like very quick, so yours might be more important.
No, mine was longer term, and I finished it anyway.
Yeah, Dbloc, launch coin. It's staging a little more bullish than the other altcoins. Can you give it one last look before you go to bed?
Yeah. Damn, Sui's putting in another bearish channel here on the micro.
Yep, yep. I kind of DCA'd out. It was going down a little too strong.
Yeah, like all these altcoins might actually make new lows.
Yep. They are. They broke the fib range already. Like whatever price it started out with, at the 100K, a lot of them broke it already.
Give me a second, and I'll cover that in a second because I did before. But where's launch coin? Launch.
These altcoins are just disrespectful, man.
Yeah, it's got a
When
little
the pump
flag going.
comes,
Excuse me, on the hourly. Got a decent little upright bullish flag going. Needs to break out though. Obviously.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It looks like it's not letting go of that range. Okay, I'll wait for it.
Yeah. That should take you through your 50.
Yeah, and go to the at least to the
800 on the
yeah.
hourly. But yeah, when it comes to these, let's go others divided by Bitcoin. When it comes to these alts, man, like I've been saying, the problem is that turn this off. So So the problem is that they haven't come back down to their lows, right? Like, take a look at Ethereum BTC. You see how ETH BTC came down to its SR flip, right? Bled out the entire time. And it wasn't until it came down to its SR flip that it started outperforming Bitcoin, right? Came down to the same place basically where it came down last time before it took off. Right, so that's like a full trip back down. Now take a look at total 3 divided by Bitcoin. See the difference? Total 3 is not down there yet. Right, which is why I've been saying that it's, in my opinion, it's not time for alts. Look to the left. That means as a whole, because remember, you can't buy total 3. There's no, but as a whole, the majority of the coins in total 3 will have vectors in these ranges. Right, so it does affect total itself, and that will bring you back down to where we can actually maybe find a floor, right? And it's not just total 3. Like, look at total 2. Total 2 divided by Bitcoin. What do you mean? Oh, that's why. Look at total 2 divided by Bitcoin. And that's with ETH, right? Which is why it's so much closer, but it's still not there. And then look to the left on total 2. Now, I'm not trying to say that total 1 looks that much better, right? Total 1 divided by BTC. Fat fingered it. Oh, because I'm putting total 1. What a doof. Yeah, it's definitely late. So it's a little closer, right? But still not there. And then again, come to the left. Same vector ranges that we're seeing on everything else. It's like, I don't want to be the party pooper, and I hate to keep being the one that's saying it's not time for alts, it's not time for alts, it's not time for alts. But it's not time for alts.
But wouldn't a dump to 97 get us there?
We could very well get there sooner than later. What it tells me is that dominance isn't done pumping. A dominance pump up to 65, 66 could get us there without Bitcoin having to come down to 90. Bitcoin could pop up to 98. I mean, Bitcoin could pop up to 112 and come back down to 106. And if dominance pumps to 65, you're going to get this move on alts. Right? So it's not about the depth of Bitcoin. It's not like Bitcoin has to come to a lower price for this to happen. Dominance needs to pump for this to happen. So I'm not Bitcoin only, but the alts that I'm in are very specific alts that are performing against their Bitcoin pairs, right? It doesn't matter what this is doing. If you're in an alt that looks good against its Bitcoin pair, it doesn't matter, right? Let's say SUI BTC. SUI divided by BTC. Okay, you haven't broke macro support on SUI divided by Bitcoin. Right? As of right now, you're still putting in higher highs, higher lows, right? So this is strong against Bitcoin, meaning this can push even when Bitcoin isn't. And if Bitcoin comes down, it'll get hit less, which is why we go crazy waiting for Sui to retrace, and it just doesn't, right? Just ranges for the most part.
What about Sol?
We'll look at Sol BTC. Sol BTC, I'm not as excited about. Sol BTC looks significantly different on the same time frame. Right? It's not putting in higher highs. It's putting in lower highs and lower lows. Right? It's already downtrending against Bitcoin. Now, what you want to find is when that changes, right? If this was the bottom, if we held support and we put in a higher low here and we start building out, then these are the good times to go from Bitcoin into Sol, when you're starting to show strength. The best trades to get into are the ones that look bullish on the USD pair and look bullish on the Sol pair. And then if you go to Sol dominance, Sol.D, and it looks bullish on Sol dominance, then you're good to go. Right? If it looks good on the dominance chart, bullish on the BTC chart, bullish on the USD chart, then you're in the right coin. Let's look at H-bar US. H-bar BTC. Somebody asked. How did I get that wrong twice? Yeah, I'm telling you. Mind is slowing down, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming to the end. So here's H-bar BTC. Putting in fresh lows. Right? This is the daily chart. This is the weekly chart. So the last good move on H-bar was to switch your BTC for H-bar in October and then sell it in December back to Bitcoin. And then you'd be waiting for this to find the bottom to rotate back into H-bar. But this doesn't look great, right? We're putting in new lows on BTC on the weekly. Not strong at all. Now, if you look at the H-bar chart, H-bar USDT, right, doesn't seem as weak. You're like, okay, you still got some lows. Maybe there's a chance. But as long as your Bitcoin chart looks like that, then any move up on H-bar, they're probably going to give it back, right? As H-bar makes a newer low, or as H-bar makes a fresh low on its BTC pair. If they're both pushing in the same direction, then the USD pair has a way better chance of holding its ground. You feel me? I'm waiting to see if we invalidate this W so I can leave a cleaner chart before I go to bed here. Rajesh, the most probable outcome is that they don't cut rates. Yeah, nobody should, in my opinion, if you're going into this expecting them to cut rates, there's going to be disappointment. If there's disappointment, then there's gonna be sell-offs. But no, I don't think they're gonna cut. The good thing is I don't think most people expect them to cut, right? It's like a 99% chance that they don't cut, so. Alt season typically starts in when BTC breaks its all-time highs. If we look at our alt season, and I only use this for reference, but back here, the last time that we had a significant push where alts were outperforming Bitcoin was when Bitcoin broke all-time highs. So it's like Bitcoin breaks all-time highs, and that sort of like sends the kids loose. So it's not really the dips that start it. It's more the rips that set it off. In my opinion. No, it wasn't. But what I'm saying is, excuse me, that's when you start to see that push, right? It's as Bitcoin breaks all-time highs. The reason that it didn't sustain itself is because ETH BTC didn't participate in that with us. Right, so everything just sort of collapsed. Now we've got sort of ETH BTC holding, so we've got to see if we'll see. I'm not taking high risks with alts yet, anyways. Also, on this specifically, on this chart specifically, they don't consider you in alt season until 75 out of the top 100 coins are outperforming Bitcoin. Now we all know if you wait for that, the ship has sailed. You missed all your lower prices. You know, we're not talking about doing anything crazy like that. But I'm being a little bit more patient until we at least get out of Bitcoin season. Sui's still bleeding out. Nah, the short for Sui was a while ago, yo. I'll be completely honest with you. The short for Sui was when we had that wick down. Short for Sui was right there, right? When we had that wick down and that stopping volume candle got invalidated. At this point, you're playing a dangerous game. Not saying it can't keep going, but the signal was way higher. Look, you want to see something crazy? Well, not crazy, it happens, but you know the 5-minute scalping strategy? 5-minute, 13 crosses the EMA, you take your shorts as that one candle confirms. Look at the trade you would have caught here on Sui if you happen to be shorting using the strategy. You took the short here, you retested the 50, and then you made the fastest money that you probably ever made in your life, down to 268 in one candle. Obviously not typical results, but you know, sometimes you get lucky in the market. And you could have doubled up, take that short, take profit, and then when that stopping volume candle got violated, jump in another short, you would have been killing this trade. Yep. There definitely wasn't enough time to long it. It recovered super quick. So you would have had to take profits like DCA out into this candle. Maybe not even caught the whole thing. And then, yeah, and then double dipped. Two measured moves we have are 268 and basically 268, 265. Same range. I might, depending on what Sui does, how it bottoms here, though, I might take a, yeah, I might try to catch the knife. Bitcoin must be dropping, yep. And there goes Dom. I think Dom could very well hit 65%, guys, today. I'll be honest with you. I'll show you why. We were looking at it earlier. We were looking at this range earlier, and we already had a deviation out of the bottom of this range, right? So what I'm concerned about is that we do the same thing on the top side, right? As above, so below. If that happens, alts are gonna bleed today. I said this before, it's not financial advice. If you're trading leverage, keep it really low, bro. This is the day to deleverage and de-risk. Or de-risk is probably a better term. The charts are gonna do some funky shit today.
Yeah, out from the blue.
Yeah, Solo, but you gotta be careful with patterns on Dom. Try to just keep it to ranges, because remember, Dom is percentage based, not buy and sell based. There is no target. Well, I mean, there's a measured move for Sui, but if it doesn't start to show what I want to, what I want to see down there, I'm not touching it. Full wick recovery will be 26814, right? Which is typically what happens when you lose your stopping volume candle, you fill your wick. This was just a nasty wick to have to fill, but massive amount of volume came in on that candle. Look at that shit. Nah, I haven't seen anything on it, Davey. Like a liquidity sweep, maybe somebody was over leveraged, some big whale or something, but everybody on Twitter is kind of scratching their head just like we are.
Yo, Russia just sent a warning to the U.S. that said Russia warns the U.S. against providing direct military support to Israel, saying even considering it would be a serious provocation.
Told y'all, bro, playing a dangerous game. Just saying some little, they got homies, you know?
Yeah.
We lose this range at 104. This next move is going to be quick. For you guys that don't understand why it's important, what's going on with Dom right now. This is our little cheat sheet for Bitcoin dominance. Right? If you are playing with alts, you need to memorize this. You need to burn this into your skull. If Bitcoin dominance goes up while Bitcoin is going up, alts go down. If Bitcoin dominance goes up while Bitcoin goes down, alts dump. Bitcoin dominance goes up while Bitcoin goes down, alts dump. We're already feeling that. Nobody has to teach you that one. That one should be burned in. If Bitcoin dominance goes up while Bitcoin goes sideways, alts will stay sideways. This is what we're all waiting for. If Bitcoin dominance goes down while Bitcoin goes up, alts pump. That's our alt season. Or those are our big alt movements. Bitcoin goes down with dominance going down, alts go stable. If Bitcoin dominance goes down and Bitcoin goes stable, alts go up. You know those weekends that we have where Bitcoin goes sideways, Dom drops, and then the alts have fun for the weekend and we make tons of money and we're sitting in here laughing and giggling and shit? That's why.
Yeah.
So the problem, unfortunately for right now, is that while we are expecting volatility on Bitcoin, dominance seems to have one direction, in my opinion, which is to put in a deviation above this range. I think they're going to go for it today, or I think it will go for it today, which means that as Bitcoin oscillates up and down, on every down move on Bitcoin, your alts are going to get hit. So be careful. If you're trading leverage and you're trading leverage on alts, be careful. Definitely keep Bitcoin up on the screen if you don't have it already. Sui is fractaling into yet another bearish channel. Typical of bearish fractals, right? They just keep repeating at smaller ranges. You've got a vector gap up to the 50. If you can't crawl back above this 50 EMA, you're gonna take out these lows on Sui. But for right now, the market maker wants to eat. ETH looks good. It's just ranging, bro. It's just ranging. What I don't like is that within this range, we've already had our deviations, right? We've already matched our deviations. What I don't like is that we broke this uptrend and that we haven't been able to get back over it. Right? This is short time frame stuff. This is just on hourly. But if we reject bearishly and we take out these lows, then we have a problem. Right? Because this same uptrend is the bottom of a bear flag. Right? And that bear flag has a pretty nasty measured move. Again, not saying this is going to happen, but people have charts and people are drawing this on their chart. And if you take out these lows, you're going to get an overreaction. So if you're looking at ETH, what you needed to do today is to get above this uptrend. If it's not going to get above this uptrend, at the very least, it's got to go sideways. You can still hold support. Right, the bottom of this smaller range that we've built here. That bottom, that bottom, that bottom, this bottom, right? You could still catch here. But if you start to break this and this, then that measured move becomes a little bit more viable. The 6 hour probably looks way better, right? This is all nothing on the I mean, it's the same sort of, right? We're still rejecting the break of that uptrend, but it hasn't done anything crazy yet. Overall, I like the way this looks, right? And we've already dealt with a couple of deviations, so I'm not really worried too much about being able to pick up ETH for cheaper prices. But yeah, I'd be lying if I said that that didn't look great there. Right, just this section, like we're just talking about this break and this failure to get above. We'll keep an eye on it today, though, for sure, through all this volatility. Basically, to just wrap it up in a bow, anything above 245, you're cool, right? If you start to break down underneath that, then I would start to worry.
Yeah. I now get my $500 from it, and I'm very, very happy. Thanks to Mr. Dbloc, of course.
Nah, man, you did it. Congratulations. W trade.
Yeah, you nailed it.
100% PNL, guys. Like yesterday, I started with $200. Now I have 1,700, and since I've been trading like from 1 month and yeah, something like this, 2 months maybe, I lost like $1,200, and now I'm $200 left to rebalance all my losings, and I am on plus. Like, yeah. So I'm very
Well
happy.
done. Well done.
That's good, mate.
Now,
That's
the
good.
one job that you have is to not let the excitement make you overtrade today, right? Because you're going to be feeling really good right now, and there's going to be a lot of price action later. Just what I like to do is take some time and just chill. I always like to have it in my mind that when I win big, the market wants it back. Right? Like the market is angry and it wants it back. So I give it some time to take it out on somebody else and forget about me, and then I come and I come in and trade again.
Well, yeah. So now I will be calm myself, only watching you and the chart.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I'm going to get confirmation to break down those levels on ETH, and just we go to below 2050, I will see. But for now, I am all full of money.
Nice.
Yeah,
Good
just
problem to
take
have.
it easy, man. Take it easy for today.
I have a quote that's on my computer whenever I'm trading that I look at whenever I take a trade and I win. And it says, if unregulated, the brain seeks confirmation or compensation via behavior. What happens after a win or loss shapes the next session far more than the result itself.
Yep. That's a fact. The same way that you got to brush off the losses, you have to brush off the wins. I know the second I decide to go take a nap. Let me tell you guys what's crazy. It's like 6:30. Most of the reason that I'm still up is because I really just like a price action junkie. I really do love the price action. It's not even the trade behind it at this point. Like when I get emotionally attached to a measured move, I almost have to see it play out before I. And I only get emotionally attached in trades that I'm not in.
That's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, so it's like a trick, like because I do love TA and I think it's beautiful when shit plays out the way it's supposed to, right? But I can't afford to think like that when I'm in a trade. When I'm in a trade, it's very clinical. But when I'm not in a trade and I'm just doing TA, right? Like I'm not in a short down to 1037. I don't make a single dime from this thing going down to this point. But watching it play out always brings me joy. That's why I know that I'll be doing this for the rest of my life. It's not a money thing. This is a weird
Yeah.
nerd passion that showed itself later in life.
I'll be right here with you, brother.
What's going on, Rick?
Yo,
What's going on,
just
Rick?
got home from work. Just got home from work. Looking at XRP die or retrace.
You see, Sui.
Oh, let's
Sui
have a
took a
look.
little tumble.
Let's have a look.
Look at the wick
Following
on the 1 minute probably shows it better. Big wick came back up, failed to hold. It's been in wick discovery this whole time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Damn.
Decent little
Has
short
there
for
been
those that
any
took it though.
development?
Nah, I've been looking at Twitter for the last 2 hours trying to figure it out.
There's been no news-based situations.
Big liquidations though. There was plenty of liquidations there. It just swept them all. But I think that something like that might have just shaken sentiment because everybody's kind of scared by the dip here.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, is this just the beginning? Is the question that always hits my mind. Yeah.
We got unemployment in 2 hours, and then we got Powell at 2:30.
Yeah, FOMC day.
Yeah, we'll be broadcasting it live. We'll have the press conference and all that.
Cool.
Break it down and sort of listen for the cues.
I'm glad that I got the next 2 days off work.
Nice.
Starting right now.
Took some sick days.
It's good. Lined up. Oh, just RDOs. Rostered day off. Yeah, I think like the markets are no doubt expecting a pause to be like it's all priced in. We're expecting the pause. Anything outside of that would be the surprise.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Fed likes to surprise. They try not to do that. They try to hint at what's coming.
Yeah. I want to show you something interesting though. You guys remember me talking about Nick the Snitch? So there's a guy called so Nick the Snitch, Nick Tamala, what's his last name? Always kills me. Hold on, I'll find him. Nick Timmeros, this guy. So they call him the Fed Whisperer. But really who he is he's their guy, right? He's their guy in the press. Every time that we've had a rate increase or a cut, he's come out the day before and been like, hey, interesting what the Fed is doing here. It looks like they might be. What they want to do is if there's going to be a pivot, they don't like for it to shock the market. Right, so they kind of leak it.
Okay.
Anyways, there was something really interesting that he posted the other day that the wording of it made me think. Let me see if I can find it. He's a good guy to follow, though. He tends not to just say shit for no reason.
Well, that's good.
Where is... Should be on this day. I have to find it. TLDR, he said he was talking about quantitative tightening and quantitative easing.
Okay.
And he basically,
Yeah.
the language sounded like they're not ready to start quantitative easing, but they're ready to start moving. Right? And what that
Okay.
sort of leads me to think is that there might be a possibility that they announce the end of QT
Like
tomorrow.
loosening the tightness.
Yeah, just ending the
Easing off a
tightness.
bit.
There's only 5 billion left.
Mm.
There was 85 billion, or it's either 85 or 25 in monthly. I think it was 85. And no, it was 25 billion in monthly QT. Right? That's the rate.
Yeah.
The last time they announced that they were cutting it down was by 20, so there was only 5 left. What's this? 9 hours ago. Is the Fed losing the plot with its dots? Consider June 24 meeting. The median projection moved from 325 basis point cuts to 1 cut. The Fed then delivered 4 cuts worth of easing beginning in September. Yet here we are 1 year later parsing the dots. Yeah, where's our cut, Nick? Don't act like you're not with those people. Good time. Damn, I'm really not going to be able to find this. It's going to piss me off.
And it makes you wonder how close they've been to action, but someone at the FOMC like convinced the whole party at the other direction, you know, like to stay strong and stay paused.
So here it is. Here's our excuse from Powell. Listen to this tweet. There are good reasons to think the Fed would be preparing to cut interest rates this week during recent improvements on inflation, if not for the risk of that tariffs pose to prices. So that right there is a signal across the board. I understand why you guys think the Fed should cut, and you're right. There's reasons why they should. If not for the risk that tariffs pose to prices.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me is sort of a signal like, look guys, I get it. You know what I mean? I understand that shit's been crazy, way different than the last, but we still have tariffs to worry about. And if we move too soon, we might regret it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they call that guy Nick the Snitch. Funny.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm starting to think that they started the cutting perhaps too soon. Maybe it should have stayed 5.5% longer.
Man, that's what I was saying.
Like, they notched it down. Like, it kind of lined up with the presidential elections. That's when the cuts started coming in, you know?
The
Everything was
fear,
looking all cool, Andy.
yeah,
Yeah.
the fear about inflation becoming sticky is just that, right? That's what he learned from his mentor, from
Yeah.
Faulkner, right? If you cut too soon, there's issues. So what happens is that you can't print yet, right? You've got 2 tools as the Fed. You can print money or you can cut rates. If you cut too soon and it doesn't have the desired effect, then people lose faith in the Fed. And it doesn't matter how much you cut at that point. Because in Americans' mind, they're convinced that a recession's coming. and they're gonna squirrel their nuts away.
Mm.
They're not spending money. That's it, and then that accelerates the problem.
Exactly.
Then it becomes sticky and entrenched, and you go through some long, decade-long 70s shit. We don't want that.
It makes you think like, okay, so what are some prior inflation levels that warranted the Fed going to say 3% interest rates, you know? Like if the highest out the inflation went recently in recent years was say 3.5% inflation or 4%, would that warrant the Fed going to 5.5% interest rates? Probably not. I don't think they would
No.
have gone that heavy. So the fact that we're so close
They
to
would have
2,
killed the economy if they went
it's
too
still
crazy.
yeah, like it's interesting that everything's still quite tight with the interest rates, but they're not quite getting it to that 2% yet. Like it's
I think the
sort of
problem is that
strange.
people have recent memory of free money, right? We're not that far
Yeah.
away from 0% rates, and somehow people feel like
Yeah.
that has to happen again when it really doesn't, right? That was a corrective measure.
It's so weird because it's like the interest rates are so high. Like it's been higher than it's been in many, many years, yet somehow inflation is still above target, you know, it's above 2%. They just can't get that final push,
Yeah.
that final oomph to get them to target. It's very odd.
That's what happens when you try to
Like
print your way out of a pandemic.
yeah, still a lot of money sloshing around. People are still buying crap.
Bro, we're still sitting
can
here
still
throwing
afford
money at
life.
memes and shit, bro. Like, there's money. There's more than
Yeah,
enough money circulating.
it ain't dire enough.
Unfortunately not. The problem is
It's
that
like what interest rates?
the problem is the disparity, right? For the people that it is tight for, it's tight.
Yeah, like
And
people
it
paying a
almost
mortgage
feels like
and
until it gets tight for rich people, nothing changes. You know?
yeah.
As soon as it starts getting tight
Yeah,
for
it's
rich
like
people, somebody's got to print some money or somebody's
yeah, if
getting
you're like a young
fired.
family that bought a house in like 2018 or something, and you've got a mortgage and you've been paying it for like 12 months, and all of a sudden, bam, the interest rates go up to like 5.5%.
You had some variable rate
You're like,
bullshit.
damn, yeah. Mortgage repayments, you're just like paying this premium. You have to somehow come up with the extra money.
Now what you do is you end up selling and moving back in with your parents and your kids and your that's what ends up happening most of the
Exactly.
time.
Yeah, exactly. You can't afford the debt, you can't afford the repayments. Yeah, you'd have to sell.
All right, we invalidate our, which is still the dominant pattern right now, which is our original W pattern. That and gets invalidated at 104.1. Pretty good chance of that happening, guys. Like I said, I think we'll come down through all these liquidations to at least high 103s. Still got an hour and a half until unemployment numbers come in.
Well, something terrible's getting priced in because everything's dippity doodah right now.
Market makers like, oh, you guys thought you were gonna get to go into this hedge. Clear the boards.
Yeah, they like it all black.
There is another $200 for me on it. I just can't stop, man.
Okay, you're starting to sound all right. You take it easy, okay? You get a little excited over there.
Are you shorting, are you, bud?
He's killing it right now.
Yeah, I'm shorting on
Good.
25.
Man, the bears would be
30,
loving this.
25.30, and now it's 24.
Hey.
Let's take a look how close ETH is to the bottom of that range. All right, so this is the first spot where it could actually hold support if it's gonna stay in this
But man,
range. If
just
not, you're gonna
I'm shorting
come.
on 200 leverage.
You're crazy, bro. I hope you're not using a large
Mm-hmm.
percentage of your profits from that last trade. And crickets. You guys heard those crickets?
Not a large percentage, all of it.
All right, I'm gonna record that laugh and I'm gonna play it back to you one of these days.
That's like reminds me of that Star Wars meme, like how Anakin and Padme are in the field, and she's like, "You didn't mean all of it, right?" And he just looks at her. He's just looking at her with a grin.
Nobody's dad. Just be careful, bro. Easy
Yeah.
come, easy go.
As long as you got them stop losses working, you know? Every time you click the button, you have to know what the outcome is if you're wrong and be comfortable with that. Otherwise, you shouldn't be clicking.
As a general rule of thumb, 200x whole bag FOMC day, not the best idea.
Yeah, that's wild, yeah. But this is a pretty, they're pricing in some carnage here. They're definitely cleaning up some long liquidity.
Yeah.
across
Yeah,
the
when we
board,
pulled that measured move on the M pattern, it took you right through all the 100x's. Like, okay. We saw them start to build up, and I was like, it's just starting to look too sweet. Like, too easy of a move with too much of a payoff.
Yeah. Surely there's like shorts that are building up, like, you know.
Yeah,
Probably
above.
start to get top heavy if it gets too bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
As soon as these run out, these will be nice and thick, and then boop.
Go chase it out. Yeah. And look for the next catalyst. Oh, Pal said, "Good morning, everyone. Let's go. Let's buy."
What
Good
a bad
afternoon.
day.
What a troll, bro. He knows everybody is on pins in the. Good morning.
Dude, there was like a poly. I'm pretty sure there was like a poly market bet that you could take that the first thing he would say would be "Good afternoon," because you know how he always walks out and he's like, "Good afternoon."
Yeah. You remember last night regarding the Israel and Iran war? Everybody was expecting Trump to say something. Yeah, there was burning everything. But all of a sudden, the tweet came out from the Trump that we are installing 2 poles in the White House. 2 flag poles.
Oh, it's like you know the world is waiting on your next tweet. Like you have to know the world is waiting on your next tweet.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the time to talk about what you had for lunch.
Yeah, you have to tell them you don't need to bother anything.
Imagine if he just starts shilling like big announcement coming soon, get everybody watching, and then he's like, "So, you guys ever tried these Trump steaks? Now that I got the world's attention."
Everybody was on the news
you know
saying,
what?
is that account hacked or what? Because it's not the tweet we are
real quick, guys, real quick.
Yeah.
This is not one of the ones that this is one of the ones I really wanted to be wrong about, but we're breaking out on Dom and we're going up into that deviation range.
Oh,
we should hit 65 here.
Man, Bitcoin was the play.
There it goes.
This year.
There you go.
Yep.
You just said it.
Bitcoin has
You
been the
just
play.
Oh.
Ever since FTX collapsed, Bitcoin has been the play. Really, like it's just been so consistent. Ever since those ETFs came in, you know, it's like.
What's the worst part? Well, not even the worst part about it, but you don't have to be much of a chartist to look at this chart and say, yeah, in retrospect,
yeah,
what else? Why would you do anything else?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
Dom just
to be fair, look
ripped
where,
faces off.
look where dominance got in 2019. It got up to like 70, 72 or something like
Yeah,
that. Pretty
something
high.
like double topped off at like
73,
74.
Yeah, so we could go there. Like, that's it's quite possible. Could continue to march on up. It's kind of our judgment is a little clouded if you're like if we're comparing previous cycles and the previous history of crypto. It's a different environment in the fact that we now have ETF involvement in the way, like in the size that we have these days, but we didn't have that before. So it's like it'd be interesting to see where the market would stand if the ETF thing never happened. You know what I mean? Like if it was more like the last cycle or the cycle before, where there was no ETF, inflow. But I
Yeah.
know it's probably like quite hard to quantify. Oh no,
Well,
maybe not.
it's not really.
It's like,
All you have to do is do this. If you look at the chart, if you look at dominance and go to the weekly, and we assume a steady diminished return, right?
Yeah.
It'd be safe to assume that, okay, 2016, you topped out at 96% dominance for Bitcoin. 2020, you topped out at 73, right? Which means all things remaining the same. We should have topped out at 57. All things didn't remain the same. Institutions came in. This is the effect they had on dominance. So yeah. So that's the difference, right? Came back, retested, breakout. Without institutions, this, in my opinion, would have probably been our alt season top.
Let's see. Yeah. Got a mini season out of it. But
yeah. Let me just see how high we go here.
Yeah. Dominant.
We've all but invalidated this W pattern. If we put in a higher low, we can talk about building a bigger fractal, but right now let's worry about these liquidations. Nicholas, no, everything's in the free section right now. All the education, everything that's going to be in the premium section is in the free section, so you should be able to see everything. If you can't see it, go to browse channels and look in the categories on browse channels for education. Also, make sure when you come into Discord that you go into the verify channel and hit verify, or you won't be able to see any channels at all. If you go, if you look in the Discord underneath where it says, where is it? There's a Cypher family roll channel, and there's a link there to the WAP store. That's where you pay to get your roll. It's just $50 one-time fee.
I'm the kid of the family, but I need to buy it. Yes.
Yeah, no problem. Right underneath rules, it says Cypher family roll, and it'll explain everything you need to know in there. Appreciate you, brother.
And what can I get from it? Like, not like I need to get something. I'm ready to give you $100 because
it's just what you're getting right now, brother. Everything, the Discord's completely open right now, but everything that's in the Discord will be in the premium section, and then the free section will be down to almost nothing because we need to sort of separate ourselves from these scammers. People are coming into the free section and then just sending out invites to everybody in the members list and trying to scam them. So we're trying to separate that. Yeah. So if anybody jumps in your box and it's me, it's not me. If you don't message
Yeah,
me
yeah.
first, it's not me. If they're asking you for money to copy trade them or some shit, it's definitely not me.
Yeah, I can smell that. But actually, in the first day when I come to the group, I think he was very curious about me. You are talking me. You are wanting me to have this much. So I was little bit ready to give
Oh,
those copy trades.
you were
Like,
waiting for the yeah.
but
Yeah.
I have resistance. Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, that's the link to the free Discord right there, to the free section of the Discord. And then if you decide to join us, you can go through this link here. Nah, that's not me, CM. I'm not charging for anything here but a one-time fee to join the Discord just to separate people from bots and scammers. And hey, if the scammer wants to pay $50 to get kicked out in 24 hours, then we'll take the $50 and we'll buy some Bitcoin with it, I guess. You see it, Nicholas? All right, cool.
So we have a stopping volume candle.
No, not yet. For stopping volume candle, you want the wick to be longer than the body itself.
Okay, so I'm not trading anymore.
Don't do that, man.
Nah, take it easy, bro. Today, listen, when I'll be completely honest with you, it's like you're playing a video game and somebody put it on difficult mode today. You had a really good run, but as US wakes up, it's gonna get really volatile, and it's gonna get easy to get stopped out. So take your money and enjoy your day, bro. Not financial
Yeah,
advice.
I'm going now on the nature and watching sunsets.
That sounds like a perfect idea.
I'm just waiting to be confirmed the bullish move and we go up.
Yeah. Nah, Donald. YouTube stream's always gonna be free. You guys, 1,000% welcome to come join in YouTube and not pay a single dollar. Although YouTube membership is always appreciated. Nah, I'm not. The thing, Donald. The thing isn't to gatekeep anything, right? Like I'm not trying to keep. That's just nasty. That's why I won't have like a paid sort of. I don't know. Like some people have these groups, and then you'll hear them. I even see these YouTube guys, bro. They'll start explaining the TA, and then they'll get to a certain part of it, and they're like, "Well, if you guys want to learn about this, come into the inner circle group." Da da da. Like, bro, if you don't just tell me what the TA is, like you're gatekeeping it, like really. Appreciate it, Rocket. Now, when all you guys get stinking rich,
Yo, I
I
jumped
will
in
send
a
you
free
photos.
here at 270.
I already did the C change to semi-retire. Now I just need to fully retire.
Sounds good. We did not invalidate that W yet. Wicks don't count. Rocky, it's just not within my risk tolerance with the current regulations that we have in crypto. Also known as I don't trust any of these scummy ass exchanges. That being said, I will be taking out some big nasty shorts on IBIT and MicroStrategy at the top of all this.
Burn, baby, burn.
Nicholas, make sure that you go into the verify channel and you hit verify. If you've done that, then you should be good to go. All right, give me a second. Let me look at the members list and see if you don't have a tag for some reason. When you go to the education, I mean, do you see any of the channels at all? When you go to the education, you see the channels underneath it?
Yeah, he sees them. He sees the files, but he doesn't know what to do with the files. So it's maybe a trading view issue.
Well, a lot of the stuff in there is just PDFs. There's a couple of indicators where you'll have to put them in the Pine script, but most of the educational stuff is all PDFs. He says he doesn't see any files. All right, do this. Nicholas, scroll up to the top and go to where it says browse channels. Go into browse channels and make sure you have all the channels active. Right, they'll be like check marks. And then click on them through there and see if everything pops up for you.
Good morning, everybody.
Top of the morning.
Making money, man. Same stuff as yesterday.
Nice.
Big short action here going on.
Yeah, just the start of today's volatility for sure.
There's blood all over the chart. I love it, man. It's great. Ooh, sheesh.
Logan is more of a range than a bull flag on ETH. On the bigger time frame. And honestly, if we're really gonna look at it, it's a bearish channel. Not that I think it's
So what
bearish,
is
not
name
that I
for
think
me?
ETH is bearish, but right? That's a bearish channel. If we're gonna
Working with
keep
what?
it to the textbook.
Yeah, with what details you were assuming that there is a bearish?
Wait, T-Buck, you got 2266 as the target
For what?
for E?
No, I'm saying I was saying what we needed to look out for was where we are right now is where we've caught support inside of our little micro range, inside of our bigger range, right? This would be a good spot to hold, but we'd have to get above this uptrend. Yeah, remember we were talking
Wait, I
about
need
that
to.
uptrend earlier where we broke it and we couldn't get back above it? If that falls out though, then we're looking at 24.5 for support. If all of that fails, then this bear flag plays out. And you're
Can you
looking
get
at
it center?
22.6.
Can you get it centered so I can screenshot your chart on here?
Can I do what?
Centered, centered yeah, this. So I need to screenshot it. Ready? Thank you very much.
Yep. So hopefully that's fine. Deviation above that range, deviation below the range. If we hold support, the top of the range should be the target for ETH. But again, this uptrend is the issue. We tried all night to get above that shit. And then finally capitulated. Alright, I need to get some rest or I'm gonna be shit when Powell gets on to speak. And that man takes all of my
Take it easy, man.
That man takes all of my mental energy.
Yeah, to decipher all of his crap.
Jeez. Alright, trade safe, guys. Be careful. Be careful being over leveraged. Be careful being overexposed. I'll be on in a bit.
All right, man.
Have a good nap, Dbloc. Thank you very much for being today with us again.
You're welcome, brother. Enjoy your nature walk.
Sucks you getting off when I just get on from work, though. That's I hate that, but it's all G. You doing God's work. Damn, I want to short this so bad, but I don't know. Oh. You know, I almost can't even, I can't, it's hard to even trade the 1 minute chart, honestly, right now. It's like you need to just zoom out, trying to look at the bigger picture and try to trade for that. 'Cause-
Good night, guys. I'm going to take one winning reward.
See you, buddy.
Yeah. Take it easy, bro.
How's everyone's trades been going though while I was gone? One,
We are printing, bro. We are printing hard.
yeah, I've been back and forth. So I touched 500 yesterday. I finally got to that mark. And then I went up to 550 something. And then I made a trade, another trade on Pepe, and I lost. I went down to 418. So I'm right at that, still right at that 500 mark, but I need to obviously make that back today.
That's good, man.
Yeah, man, it had dropped like a lot. And I was like,
Yeah.
wow, it's really dropping. And I was like, I know I sat there and I really patiently waited. And then it really started to form a bottom. Actually, it was on the 3 minute chart. I want to think it was like about 4 hours ago when I took the trade. And it dropped a lot and I was gonna buy it because it was pretty much a new low for the 5 minute. And
Yeah.
I was like, yep, I'm buying it. And I bought it, and then it set down another big red candle way to the bottom, and then it rose, and then I got stopped out, bought back in one more time at the bottom, but then it kept going. Thought it was the bottom, it wasn't the bottom.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh Jesus. So
Yeah, price action can change anytime. You
yep,
never know. It can be a straight shoot up or straight shoot down. You never know.
yeah.
You just have to keep yourself safe
I'm still
whenever
doing
you
all
are in
right
the
though.
trade.
I went
Yeah.
from $90 to 418, so we're still being chilling. I just gotta make that little bit back to get back to 500.
Yeah. Still 300-400% up, so it's
Yeah, I just have to wait. I try really, really hard to just like wait for that massive price action either to the upside or to the downside, and then I try to scalp it based off of that. I'm looking for
you
like
know,
different levels.
yeah. Today is market will stay a bit volatile because there's a FOMC, then there's too many news.
For example, on the 5 minute chart for Bitcoin,
Yeah.
you can see that it's literally like a perfect double bottom trade. The little bounce there that it had, that's a perfect scalp. That's like, those are the kind of trades I wait for. That massive red candle down to the bottom where it looks like it's gonna make a double top and then or a double bottom rather, and then it did perfectly, and then it bounced
Yeah.
from there. Big time bounced.
Yeah.
So I missed that trade, however, because I just didn't really trust it, I'll be honest.
It does happen sometime when you know 100% that it's gonna play out. I mean, long or short, and you missed it. And the next minute, oh my God, I missed that trade. I knew it's gonna go there. I
Well,
knew it's gonna go there.
normally I would take that because that's a double bottom right there, and I saw it coming. I knew that was a double bottom, and
Yeah.
it was gonna probably bounce, but just with how deep the red candles have been going, bro, and how fast they form, you know what I mean? I just was like, ah, man, maybe it's probably a good idea to not trust it because it could
Yeah.
go down there and shoot below that double bottom and set a new low, and that would be horrible for my account. So
Yeah.
I didn't even take the double bottom trade. I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens from the double bottom or after it rather.
Yeah.
It looks like it could try to climb back up from here, but we really need to hold this part right here. This double bottom area that we're at right now, we really need to hold it bad. Yeah, with such a small account, man, I'm trying so hard not to blow it, dude. It's crazy. Cause I'm using pretty decent leverage. Not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, always play with a decent leverage.
Only in the beginning
So
for me though. You know, once I climb
yeah,
it back, once I climb it to like 2 grand, 1500, I'll chill out on that leverage. For
yeah,
real. I'll go down to like from 50 to like 20.
yeah.
If anyone in here plays Chrome Hounds, by the way, I don't know, or if anyone in here has ever played Chrome Hounds on Xbox 360 back in the day, but it's like a fully customizable mech war game, and it has recently come back to life. So if anyone's interested, just message me and I can show you the YouTube channel where the guy that created it is putting it back into action. Such a wonderful game. I really hope that somebody in here played it, man. Surely to God, there's somebody that played Chrome Hounds back in the day. I don't know if anybody in here's like a big video gamer or not. I'm sure there's someone. There's a couple of you.
Yeah, I play game, but not the one you mentioned.
Yeah, Chrome Hounds. Yeah, it's like, oh dude, it's just such a great game. You can customize mechs. It's like a mech warrior game. Like with arms, a big robot with arms, legs. Or you could have you can have like a little chicken leg running robot, or you can build like a tank tread robot or different ones. And it's so customizable that you can put guns anywhere on the thing. And you
Yeah,
have to like hide your cockpit and your generator on you have a cockpit and a generator on the machine, and you have to protect it. So it gets kind of crazy how you customize the builds, but it's a wonderful game. I love it. I want to see this thing on the 5-minute chart come back and touch the 50 EMA. I'm gonna wait for that trade. Wow. In the past 24 hours, 115,468 traders were liquidated. The total liquidations comes into a grand total of 335.61 million. The
Yo,
largest single, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering, does it tell you what it was liquidated from? Like, is it Bitcoin or
Yeah,
is it altcoins?
it's right here. It says the largest single liquidation order happened on Binance, and the pair was Ethereum USDT, and it was at a value, excuse me, it was at a value of $4.23 million loss. Good Lord. Sheesh. We're over here losing 20, 30 bucks, and these guys are losing $4 million. Lol. Sheesh.
Lots of James were in there.
It's okay though, because the fact it was a $4 million trade probably tells me they got a lot more money than that. So
Yeah.
it was million little smokies. $4.23 million loss. Yeah. That is a giant chunk of change. Yeah, I want to see either the 1 minute come and touch the 200 EMA or the 5 minute come and touch the 50 EMA. Let's look and see what the 15 minute looks like. Yeah, same thing. Needs to come back up and touch the EMA and reject it. That's where I want to short it at. Same thing on the hour. Needs to come back up and touch one of those lines. And I don't know if anyone has noticed on the daily chart for Bitcoin, but there was a green candle next to that big red candle that was coming down to touch the 50 EMA for the third time, mind you. Okay, the candle came down and touched the 50 EMA the third time, and it's a red candle. But right next to that red candle was a green candle, and it was a pretty decent sized green candle there. It looked like, you know, it could really come back, but now that thing looks like it. If you look at it now, it's like, oh God, that thing does not look like much of nothing. It's hanging on like a hair on a biscuit right now is what it's doing, and it's any little any little direction more to the downside, and that could be nasty. Biohacker, man, I think honestly that's, to me, that means if you're getting stopped out left, right, and center, honestly, it's probably because you're trying to make a trade against the trend. If it's in a downtrend and you're trying to go long, you need to be careful, man. You need to kind of look back at the chart and confirm what kind of a trend you're in. I've noticed that happened to me a lot when I used to trade. I used to make really bad entries. Sometimes I would try to make a trade in the middle of the range. It would be trading in a range like sideways, you know, perfectly sideways, going absolutely nowhere, just up and down within the range. And I would make the trade within in the middle of it sometimes. Like an absolute bonehead. So I don't know, what I noticed is I needed to let, if I realized that I'm not in the trade and it's making a move without me, I try to be extremely patient to see what, you know, just wait for the move to fully complete itself, basically. And I also try to really pay attention to the EMAs. The EMAs are very helpful. Very helpful. A hidden bearish 5 minute. Let's look at it. Bitcoin 5 minute. Yeah. Yeah. We have a missed reversal level there at 1. I have a pivot marker on my indicator at 104, 181. It's a buy pivot. So, but again, it's probably only because it realizes it needs to come up and touch those EMA lines again here. So. Probably won't get much out of that. Joe, honestly, I wait for it to touch the EMA. And I make sure to confirm what kind of a trend I'm trading in, whether it's an uptrend or a downtrend. But yes, I'm waiting for it to touch. I'm waiting for Bitcoin on the 5 minute, the 15 minute, and the I think it was the 1 hour as well. Let me check the 1 hour. 5 minute, 15 minute, and the 1 hour. Yes. So Bitcoin USDT 5 minute, 15, and the 1 hour chart. I'm waiting for it to come back up and retest either the 50 EMA or the 200 EMA, and I want to make a trade based off of that. Because right now it's kind of starting to set a little bit of a sideways range, and it's right in the middle of the range, and so this is not a trade that I want to make. For me, at least. This is just for me, though. Yeah, Lily. Absolutely. Me too. I'm trying to set up my spot account. Man, this is some weird price action going on here. What on earth is this? It's like Pepe is on sale, man. Good Lord. If you guys aren't loading up your spot bags, what are you doing? God almighty. What a steal. I'd really like to see it come down further, but you know, that's just because I'm greedy. And Sui. Sui is also on sale. $2.75. $2.75 Sui. Sui's also looking like it's retesting some previous highs back in March. Yep, it sure is. 2 previous highs back in March. That's a pretty strong little chart there, actually. I like Sui a lot. It's like a Solana. $145 Solana. That's awesome. Dogecoin holding on for dear life. Man, Dogecoin, I don't think I've ever seen Dogecoin go below 16. Like recently, at least. Yeah, not in a long time. I've seen it at 16 like a few times, but never lower. Yeah, crypto. That's crazy, isn't it? 40% in the last month. Such a steal. Just make sure you guys are loading those spot bags, man, because I'm telling you, it's so nice. Sometimes you'll be making a futures trade. I don't know, this is just me in my opinion. In my case, I've noticed that it's nice because I'll take a little bit of a loss. Maybe I'll have a red day, lose a couple hundred, but then I'll check my spot and it's like up $700. You know what I'm saying? Oh God. So it's okay. Life's good. Still got the red bottoms on. Little Smokies, that's awesome. At least you got paid for taking out the trash and mowing the yard. I lived on a 147 acre horse farm with 90 horses, 90 thoroughbreds, okay? And like 3 stallions, I think we had. And I had to mow probably, I'd say about 100 acres of that. 45 of it was like untouchable trees and stuff, couldn't mow it. Forest. Hey, and not to mention, by the time you got done mowing one side of the horse farm, the other side of the horse farm is growing back. Dude, it never stopped. Oh my God. Banksy, man, I'd honestly just make sure you got a decent sized bag in both, bro. Futures is still equally as important as spot. Yeah, I did biohacker. I had a Batwing, man, a tractor, big tractor that pulled this. It's called a Batwing, like a bush hog. Well, they're actually different things. A Batwing has wings on it. You can fold them up and down and make it a really big mower. Bush hog is like just one big mower, and you just pull it around. Yeah, I know, right? Exactly as. Exactly. That was, no, we don't have that farm anymore. That was back when I was a kid. That was my mom's farm. I grew up on it. I was just stuck mowing it every day as a kid. Back in 2008 when that financial crisis came, we ended up actually losing the family farm to the bank. We held on to it for I think 4 years after the financial crisis, ended up selling it in like 11 or 12, something like that, 2011 or 12. Yep. Big green candle here looking like it's coming up on the 3-minute to come touch that 50 EMA like I was talking about before. On the 5-minute too, it's looking like it's going to come up possibly here. If it touches that EMA, I'm making that trade. That's a good trade, I think. I feel like. Nice push here for Bitcoin. Nice push here for Bitcoin. That's a good push. Coming to touch that 50 EMA any second now on the 5-minute chart. Come on, baby. Just a little higher, please. I need all you can give me. All you can give me. Keep going. We need to hit 675, 700.
You gonna show it from the top?
Yep.
That's it.
It's ballsy, but I'm gonna average into the trade here. I think this is a big, nice fake out.
Yeah.
It's been doing it. Just look at the history of the chart, man. Giant
Yeah.
green candles, and then what happens? Straight to the downside.
You
Yeah.
got data coming out in like 45 minutes.
45 minutes? I don't like to hear. Ah, man, dang. That could, nah. I don't. If we have news coming out after that, I don't know, man. Actually, that might not be a good idea for me. Just waiting for confirmation, obviously.
It's
a wonderful push, though.
What's the data today? Oh, jobless claims and some housing numbers, which the market can run on if
Nice.
like, jobless claims are looking weak.
I love to hear
it can
updates on
push
the housing
higher.
market because I'm actually trying to buy one very soon, but I'm waiting on prices to come down. I don't know if anyone else is stuck in that same situation where you just feel like you don't want to buy a house right now, but don't do it because, man, the bottom could give out for real. Oh, there we go. Perfect touch of that 50 EMA. Look at that. Bazoing. All right, I'm going to be patient here and let it fully make its move. I think that move has been fully almost made, though. We're going to see here in a second. I'll find out. All right. That's a nice push for Bitcoin on that 50, man. God, that's good. All right, let's check the 15. Almost there, not quite. Might wait for it to see if it touches the 15. That is such a good push. Whew. Big rip, big green candles.
Yeah, on the 5, it's a green vector candle.
Yeah.
So you have to give it back.
Yeah. They have to, right? Come on.
Yeah. Oh, I love these green and red vector candles. Makes me more confident.
Yeah. I'm averaging into this trade. 25% so far. Fake. That's what it is. Yeah. Come on down here and pay daddy. Come on.
And we're going to all-time high right here.
Yeah. That's what it wants you to think. I just trade off the history of the chart, man. Yep, there we go. Shaboing. I'm gonna take a little off here, actually. Go ahead and pay myself. And paying myself. Come on. Yeah. It's like you just hit a brick wall. $15-minute. Yeah.
I mean,
Nice.
altcoins just bled.
All right.
Just
I'm gonna
chill.
go ahead and pay
Usually, like,
myself totally.
I feel like
Yeah, I'm
all
out
they
of
do
that
is
trade.
they delete altcoins and just rotate that money to keep Bitcoin afloat. That's all they've been doing. And then once the altcoin bleed stops, which it looks like it did, then they just resume the Bitcoin up. And then, yeah, they got the jobs numbers. So usually we get a little bullish going into data,
Yeah, we do.
especially when you're coming in when we're already been bleeding out.
Yeah, I'm out of that trade already. I'm gonna see if it sets another high here. That was a little pullback. It wasn't a very good one though.
All-time high, baby. All-time high.
All-time high. I would love to see that. I think it's gonna come up and touch the 50, try to touch the 50 EMA on the 15. It's already above it on the 5. Touch the 200 on the 5 EMA.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah. Nice. Yep. 15-minute EMA, or I'm sorry, 50 EMA on the 15-minute chart for Bitcoin. It's touching it right now. So just be sure to pay yourself if you're in on a trade. Now would be the time. Touching the 200 on the 3-minute chart as well for Bitcoin. RSI is super high as well in the 70s on the 3-minute. How long before that news comes out again? Like
8:30 a.m. Eastern.
8:30.
So like
Okay,
30
gotcha.
minutes almost.
And then Powell talks today as well, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah, his press release comes out at 2 p.m. and then he talks at 2:30.
I hope at the end of his talk he's just like, pump Bitcoin. And we
Yep,
fly to
they were saying that this
125K.
might be like Powell's like last impactful meeting because after this one, Trump's going to select the next Fed chair, which essentially would make Powell a lame duck because then anything the next Fed chair is going to be saying is going to be more, like people are going to put more importance on his words because he's the one that's going to be calling the shots as soon as Powell's gone. Like the end of the era for Powell.
Hard to say, man.
You remember before going into White House, he said he never had a wish to meet the president. Remember that? And as soon as he went to, they are replacing the Fed chair. You don't know the Donald Trump.
Watching the 200 EMA on the 3-minute chart. Hey Siri, turn on the hallway light.
Yes, sir.
That's a nice wick test right there on the 1 minute. Damn, come on, man. Market's a wild one. It's crazy over here way. You see what I mean now about like the fake outs? That's why I shorted that earlier. Which I mean, it was a small trade. I didn't make hardly anything. It was like 12 bucks. But that's what I'm getting at. Sometimes you catch these things, they boost way up there like that. Way up there, and then you short the absolute tippy top, and it just rides it all the way back down. And it's, oh god, it's so, they're wonderful trades.
I'm banking on this bullish engulfing on the 1 hour. If it comes down any lower, I'm gonna close the trade, call it a day.
So like 10 more minutes before the news comes out, right? I think, yeah. Yeah, almost 10 minutes, a little less than 10 minutes. That's some really like no volume candles at all right now. So I'm just gonna wait. No trade for me right now. Made $12 on the short earlier. Pathetic. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm not making any trades right now. This market's insane. Oh Jesus.
Come on, dominance at 65. Let this take a break. Come on.
Might get a little bouncy here. 9:30 candle, markets open. I think it's good that we did before markets open. I think Powell speaking, what, at 2:30 today? Big buys coming in a little bit right now. RLA, you got your mic open. We'll keep on hearing some little clicks and a little static. Tape is going to start lighting up a little bit here. A lot of bears might get short-term cooked right now. Clear out some of these shorts. I'm still holding my Doge. Just bought a little bit more this morning. I got filled at 16508. Bought a little bit ago. These are just little sprinkles because I'm mostly all in. I have a limited dry powder on deck. But a little sprinkle here, a little sprinkle there brings your average down and helps you accumulate more. See if this little buys enough here on Bitcoin. Looks like we still got selling pressure. Bears are still hungry. Looks like we got dominance past 65%. More sell pressure here.
Let's go dump it one more time before the huge pump, hopefully.
You think we're about to get one more dump?
Yeah.
Sure looking like it, bud.
I'm hoping for it.
It came up to that 50 EMA on the 1 hour chart and rejected it beautifully. And so that's a pretty good signal of a dump there. A nice little dumpy poo.
So like it went up to that 110, and then when we just had that run up from 102 to 109, it rejected there from the 786, and now it potentially could be making another low. And then like I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this could potentially be the fifth wave.
We had the double bottom. That was the little double bottom bounce. That was nice. But if it comes down and tries to make a triple bottom, yeah, I don't see, and especially the way things have been, I don't see that holding.
Yeah, on the 6 hour, we're still in the area of making another higher high pivot point.
On the 6 hour, let's see. I don't even know. I don't ever trade the 6 hour.
Yeah, I like the 4 hour and the 6 hour a lot. If we breach that previous, low, yeah, we're probably gonna try double bottom, I guess, all the way down at 100,360. That would be very tough to hold, in my opinion. I think if we go below 102, Probably going to test that 98, 97 maybe.
Uh-huh.
But I'm thinking the Bulls are going to try to hold this line here around 103, 104.
Yeah, man. It's hard to, it's hard to say.
Well, that's why I'm holding my position, and I just added to it, and hopefully it
Shorting
does.
or
No, I'm on a spot position on Doge.
oh, nice.
Bouncing off a 786 at 103.9 right now.
There is a little head and shoulders on the 5 minutes with a measured move to 103.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be exposed to Doge as much as possible until Elon makes an announcement.
I'm thinking this is just a little relief pump. I still think it's going to dump farther.
Got some nice buys coming in.
Very nice buys coming in. It's
We
beautiful
could
trader.
just be closing 50% of that vector gap on the way down that we made.
Like market was kind of dumping before market open. We had a few more sellers. A lot of the times, if we retrace before market open, our first half of the day, we might recover at least half of the move. We got this speech at 2:30. That's going to be big news. So I think the stock market's preparing for a hawkish speech. I don't know if you guys are looking at the stock market, but I imagine today there's going to be some sell-off. Probably going to hit Bitcoin a little bit, but I think Bitcoin's been showing its resilience, and it takes a licking and keeps on ticking. So even if it does take a little hit, I still think it's going to stay in its ranges. And I mean these ranges that it's currently in right now. I have to agree with Al. AL meeting is going to be a nothing burger. And a hot nothing burger and a hot cup of water. That's it.
A nothing burger. That is hilarious.
The markets are going to keep on getting spooked out with this tension right now that it seems like the U.S. is getting closer and closer to being officially involved in this conflict, even though they've been involved since day one. And that's my opinion. They probably instigated this whole mess. But, you know, I'm thinking Bitcoin is just going to keep on pushing.
That massive return there from 104, from the 104 push down, or to the push down to 103,840, and then it boomed right back up to 104,360 in one candle. That was crazy.
There was some pretty big buys that came in right there. There's like 143 Bitcoin buy, and some other few $1 million here and there.
Yeah, there are some big buys coming in right now. Pretty crazy stuff. Man, look at these buys. Golly. Holy mackerel. Big, big buys.
And Ghost, it's not just in that news came in a little bit ago, and it's not no to unconditional ceasefire. They said no to unconditional surrender.
Trust the process. God almighty, dude. The fake outs are insane right now. It's absolutely insane.
Right? Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, they're
I
just
just got
banging.
lit on all my positions. All of them. Started out really, I just got licked.
Yeah. It's unreal, man. I mean, like, I feel like crypto market honestly is just a succubus, bro. At sometimes it just takes and takes and takes and takes, bro. It gives along the way, but you just give it all back. It's fucking wild. Massive green candles, big buys,
got
huge, and then just nothing.
licked.
It's insane. All right, yeah.
And if you guys got licked off this last move, I would say you guys are putting too much leverage on your trades.
I got a small account, so I trade with big leverage.
Doesn't matter if it's small or big. Facts are facts. Leverage
As
might be a little
management,
bit high.
to me, it's
No, it was my mistake. It looked like it went up hard. So I placed SLs early because I wanted to do something and it just got licked. Yeah, I should have just let it go. But yeah, I got licked. I was like, oh, a bounce on the 786. Might as well. I shouldn't have
It did
put
look
my
like it.
stop loss just yet. Sorry?
It did look like it was gonna bounce.
it really did.
Yeah, I put my stop loss too early. I wanted something in the house. So I just wanted to leave it alone. I didn't expect it to do a stop hunt right away.
3 cents was between the top wick and my stop loss. So I was very lucky.
Nice. I'll get back in. I'll get back in.
Now I got stopped out. Oh well.
Yeah, I'm back in. I'm back in.
You guys trying to long?
Yeah.
Oh god. I mean, you're just trading against the trend, man. I'm just like, I've been printing money on shorts today, man, and because the trend is just to the downside, just all these fake breakouts.
Oh yeah, it's a good printing.
So just be
Yeah,
careful.
this
Is
is
all I'm saying.
786 on the
Technically, if you've
20.
been printing all day on shorts, then the chances are that you're getting closer to starting to reverse. If you've already been printing all day on shorts, think about that.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
Even the hourly is looking like it wants to give us a nice stopping candle here if it holds these levels.
I just shorted that push right there.
We good. We long. Gotta have a little conviction. That's it. There we go.
Huge wick test.
Let's go.
1 hour stochastic RSI looking like it's going straight down. 2 hour looking like it wants to roll over. Could bounce from here, but I'm kind of expecting another drop.
A big one. The final ka-chow.
Yeah.
Yep. I just hope it slingshots itself down there. And
I'm
doesn't
kind of
just
hoping it takes the 100,300 low and maybe bounces around 97, 98.
well just think about
99
how
area.
cheap all the alts will be.
Yeah, like they're gonna
Oh
rock.
god. Pepe, Doge, XRP.
But then I think they're gonna go on a massive run with Bitcoin. If Bitcoin's gonna go to new all-time highs, they'll have a massive run. I think.
Yep. Typically.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that
Yes,
1 hour
sir.
actually closed pretty bullish looking.
Oh damn. Good lord.
Yeah. Long, baby.
Good lord, man. What on absolute earth? Like, what? Damn. It's so wishy-washy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Like I don't know, bro. So like I was just looking at the 1 hours, pointed straight down on the stochastic RSI, but then last second they got the pump they needed to now it looks a
Yeah.
little bit bullish. But I
Yeah,
still
now we're
think it's gonna dump farther down. But like they just play around every couple seconds and bullish bearish to get you to flip
bullish bearish.
rise.
I know, man. They're fighting. They're in there in the
Yes.
cage right now. There's wild animal noises going on inside of a big black metal cage, and we're just outside listening to it right now.
So yeah, you gotta look for like key support and stuff and resistance stuff.
What
And
a
divergences to like find where it's gonna bounce.
what a pump, dude. Like, damn. I know. Sheesh.
So if we get this next hourly candle to close above 104,837, that could continue this reversal. We haven't done a full reversal yet, but it sure is trying. Word on the street is that Trump is live. That's what Kevin Gann is saying. What's he saying, Kevin Gann? Is he saying to pump it? He's saying it's a good time to buy? He's saying to sell it? Yeah, Trump likes to give financial advice. He don't care. He's like, yo, this is financial advice. It's a good time to buy. Parabolic. Justin, President Trump says, am I allowed to appoint myself head of the Fed? I do a much better job than Powell. He did call Powell a numbskull.
Oh God, did he really?
Yeah.
Imagine.
Not only did he call him a numbskull, he also said he could have him replaced with a temporary sit-in. Big buys. I'll be right back.
Buys, dude. Jesus. Lord have mercy. God. Big old buys. My God. What is going on? So we have good news or something?
It's called the bull run.
Ah man, this needs to end, bro. Jesus. Sorry to hear about your lick, man. You'll get it next time. Don't give up.
No, I'm back in. I came back in. I felt like I just had conviction. I got licked. I came back in. I'm way up. My initial's already out.
Okay, gotcha.
We're gonna have a
But
lot of
I'm just
swings,
doing
but
big caps.
I think this
Yeah,
bull
I'm just doing
market's
big
gonna.
caps right now.
Yeah, I think this bull market's gonna get extended pretty long, just because of. I mean, the witch is dead. Gensler's out. We got a pro crypto Bitcoin maxi as vice president. We got a degen as president. I mean, what do you want? We're pumping for 3 years. There's gonna be volatility, but it's up for 3 years, in my opinion. This is what we've been waiting for. We're gonna get some proper framework for regulation. It's on, dude. There's so much money on the sideline just waiting. Doesn't matter what happens geopolitical. Unless there's a cyber attack and people don't have internet, Bitcoin's gonna be chill.
The way I've been thinking about it is maybe Bitcoin's gonna top out, and the whole world's then their attention's gonna be on it. Everyone's gonna be buying, and it's gonna start as bear market and dump on them and create liquidity for the run back up.
There you go, Nicoletta. 5 minutes ago, $5,000 negative, now $5,000 positive. Așa se face, Nicoletta, bravo! T.Y. Fox is saying that Trump says Iran and Powell are late on negotiating and cuts. Also says he should have bought Bitcoin in 2018. Oh, you know what he did? He did buy in 2018. Actually, his kids did. And he's just, man, when he was flooding Bitcoin, his family was loading up. He was getting low entry points for his family. He knew what he was doing. Trump is a smart individual. He said he wished he would have got Bitcoin in 2018. He was fighting his ass off so his sons can buy cheaper.
Yeah, man. Back then you couldn't buy from like your bank account crypto and stuff in Canada, and then like you couldn't connect or send it to your bank and connect your bank account, and then now they've now you can, and they've like they were against it and stuff back then before this massive pump, and then now they're like all on the side. They like it.
Yeah, Dean trades crypto only yesterday. This guy was mad bearish talking about World War III, etc. Now he's all bullish, saying funds on sidelines and shit. I've been saying funds on sidelines for a while, and that was the other day. That was like 3 days ago. I was bearish, and I was bearish because I was in a scalp, and that's what I do when I get in a scalp. I start fudding, and when I'm back in position, I start chilling. So that's what I do.
Yeah, this could have been this could have been a 1-2, and this could be a big third wave up for the start of the big move.
Yeah, if anyone out there ever hears me start flooding and saying World War III, that means I sold my crypto and I'm in stable coins. And if you hear me how good things are, that means I'm back in position. It's pretty easy to read, okay? It's not rocket science.
I feel like either the low's in or it's not. It's gonna make one more.
Dean trades crypto, bro. You're too emotional. No disrespect, just pointing out an observation. I wasn't being emotional. You're the one saying, like, come on, G, and all that. I'm just saying, get with the program, and you'll be good. You wouldn't have to scratch your head about why is this dude bullish one day and bearish the other day, and bearish the other one day. That's all.
But did the FOMC come out? Why is it pumping?
It's at 2:30 Eastern. It's gonna be. He's in Washington D.C. at some bank that he's gonna be talking at 2:30. Right now, I hear that Trump is talking. Somebody on the chat said that Trump just said that he should have bought Bitcoin in 2018.
That means dollars start printing.
Yo, Dean, what's your question?
Come on, dump it.
So your question is price moves in a direction, you start talking specific to its direction? No, man. I push my position. If I'm not in position, I FUD the market. Simple, dog. Don't get it twisted.
I'm thinking it can get a rejection here and make another lower low, or it's gonna push.
So what's so it doesn't sound like you've made up your mind. Are we pushing or are we dumping?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Push it for now. Push.
You never know.
Or now we push.
Until it's happening or over, like usually it can always make another move.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my initials on that 200. If Bitcoin hits the 200, I'm taking some initials out. Looks good.
Usually when I'm dumping, I am pushing.
Yeah, usually when I dump, I push as well.
Yeah, see, I think it's a normal thing.
I don't know. When I dump, I squeeze.
Squeeze the short. Yeah. I bet you do.
Especially squeezing longs.
Ah, oh no, no,
The
no,
healthy
buddy.
ones. You know, those healthy, earthy ones.
Ah. Oh no. Oh, damn. I need to go make some breakfast. Some breakfast. Dude, these breakouts, man. So unreliable.
Bro, I almost got in on the short from 109. I was in on it, and then I got out of my position right before the tweet and the big crash.
Right before the tweet. Yep.
Also, I wasn't fully paying attention. Otherwise, I probably would have got in.
Thank you, Dean, for your apology and observations. And I've looked into it and I've thought about it. I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing, but thank you very much. No hard feelings. We good. We Gucci.
And morning, all. Or in your case, Zeus, Eden.
Good morning. Good morning.
Well, we were trading in a range there. And now we have broke out of the range twice.
ETH is out of here.
Oh, excuse me.
About to test the 786. I hope it dumps from it.
No, it's all good. Solo and Dean, he just thinks I'm wishy-washy. You know, I flip-flop. That's what trading's about. You know, you're in, you're out. Perspectives change in an instant. You can have a global perspective change in a minute. Everything can change. You could be bullish one week, you could be bearish one day. Then you can see something a different way, and the next week you're bullish. But you know, when you're in, you're in. You try to push it. When you're out, you're out. You try to push you're out. You know, it doesn't matter. I'm one of those people that I think that what I put out in the universe helps me. So when I'm fudding, I'm trying to help the universe push down the market, even if it's just
Yeah,
small
man, it's a tough
contribution.
game. I don't think this conversation really matters unless the guy who's trying to argue with it about it makes a ton of money.
Well, yeah, but even if
Because
you're
it's a
making
tough
a ton or a
game, you
little,
know. I mean, you're right.
it's just the principle of, you know, people being bearish and bullish. Yeah, it's like there's always bullish arguments I have and always bearish. There's always bearish arguments I have when I'm not in position. And it's kind of repetitive. You guys will hear me FUD up like China got too much Bitcoin. this and that. I'll say, World War III, who knows? Cyber attack, this. Like, sometimes I have fun with it,
Yeah,
and then
people say like, oh, you shouldn't be an emotional trader and stuff, but like when you're looking at the markets, every time you take a trade and make the decision to take a trade, it's because of what you know and believe and what you're seeing. So like, it's off what you think.
I agree with that.
Every single trade, it's a tough game.
And every single spot trade, of course, like if I'm in something, I want Bitcoin to go to 200K right now if I'm in a Doge position or something. So I'm gonna try to give it as much
It's the
time as
same.
I
Like
can.
it's the same. If you're gonna get in a spot and like spot position, you don't want it to drop. Same with leverage trading, but you just gotta have to know how to manage the risk and have super good management.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is like when you're shilling your position or when you're flooding a position, and it's like everyone has their prerogative. And as long as people, think for themselves, they won't be affected by people flooding and shilling Bitcoin at a certain time, whether they're saying it's World War III or whether they're saying there's money on the sideline waiting,
Yeah, we all got to think for ourselves whether we like it or not. We all got to make our own decisions. Can't make it based off somebody else's. You can take their opinion and think for yourself. Yeah, that's what you got to do.
And Uno says the universe don't care about you. The market's going to do what it wants to do. If you're in it or not, your flooding or shilling doesn't have any merit. Yeah, it does have merit. It makes me feel better. How about that? It makes me feel whole. Makes me feel like I contribute
Yeah,
to the movement.
it's just discussion, like get some ideas popping.
Bro, what in the what? What in the green candle is that? God, just out of nowhere? Huh.
It's battling the 786 right now. I'm hoping for the rejection. I see bearish divergence on the 1 minute. A little tiny bit on the 2 maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Like it's trying to retest that 200 EMA on the 15-minute chart for Bitcoin. Good Lord, man. It's extremely bullish out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden it just extremely bearish out of nowhere. It's like, how do you trade that? It's so manipulated.
Yeah, on the
Look at this. Look at that.
minute.
That was just a massively green candle right there, and then look, followed by a dump at the top.
Well, it's at resistance.
Yeah.
But it's trying to push through. If it pushes through and it makes another high above 1055, there's another 786 around 106 around that 200 MA, I'm pretty sure. And if it just keeps on pushing, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there you go.
So Bitcoin was able to get out of its ditch with that pivot point we had from June 8th. What's that? Today at 8 in the morning UTC, or no? Was that UTC or Eastern? 8:09 Eastern. Yeah, 105.315. We just broke that a little bit, so that's pretty important. Now I think a healthy range would be between here and 104.9. Maybe a little bit lower, 104.7.
Morning, guys.
Yeah,
Go
I'd be
ahead.
surprised. I'd be surprised if we keep pushing here. Like, I think we might have to range a little bit. If we do, that's going to be nuts if we keep pushing here.
Market is definitely moving up.
Yeah, Clyde, how are you this morning?
Good.
Good.
And tomorrow, of course, the market is closed.
The market's closed?
Yep. All day.
What do you mean? Why?
Juneteenth.
Oh. Even the crypto market? I don't think so.
No. When I refer to market, I mean stock market.
Oh, yeah, okay. Roger.
Crypto market never closes, my friend.
Mm-hmm. True.
We hope not, at least, right? Gotta
That's
have
what
some way to spend all this money I make at my job.
There you go.
I was more thinking that's why the bags are under my eyes, because it never closes.
I'm not an advocate of 24-hour trading at all. Not enough volatility. There's only 44,000 professional traders in the world. How are you going to divide that market up? Not enough liquidity. Yeah, I know. They have various other markets, but how many of us trade the Chinese market, the
It
European
will in
market?
I give it about another 10 years and it'll take over the stock market.
I mean, there doesn't
Time
need
for
to be
Jesus to
professional
return.
traders. When we have professional market makers that are slowly getting bigger and bigger, and they're taking control of the liquidity. So, that's the market makers get the win from you.
The crypto market will take over the stock market? No.
No, I was just saying in crypto market, it's. You're saying there's not enough, I thought you meant there's not enough professional traders in the crypto market. You're talking about.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
There's 2,000 crypto markets. Big, small, nothing, scams, et cetera, et cetera. Just they need to consolidate. You have one price, I have another price. Who knows if that exchange is going to pay you? It's going to be hard to regulate.
Yeah, but even with the price differentiation, that's fine, I think, because people will take advantage of arbitrage trades, and it could be done, and that's what balances out. The arbitrage is what keeps those prices somewhat close to each other.
Right. Has the SEC come out with anything on crypto yet?
Right now, Atkins is working on that framework. It's going to be big when it comes out with it. They're drafting it right now, the framework.
Okay. The Ripple case, is that being closed now?
I think there was some kind of motion to extend it or something.
Gotcha. How's IBIT doing this morning? Let's take a peek. I think, the emphasis will be, because the market is closed tomorrow, I think we're going to see a lot of volatility in the stock market. And then, Thursday's an interesting day to close. It's just doesn't ever happen, except on holidays that fall like this. Bitcoin, I thought it would break 106 today. We're not far off. Down minutely. Oh, a nice little pop in this morning. see. Oh wow, big pop. 104 flat all the way to 105.3. Nice pop. At 3 a.m., it was just around 105. I had projected 106 by market open, which was very ambitious. But it almost came there. Got within 30% of target. I think we break 106 today. We'll see. High was in the last 24 hours has been 105.6.
If we get the orange man to get on there and give us a nice little tweet.
I don't think he's going to do much with Juneteenth tomorrow. I think it's going to be a lot of speeches. People will be off tomorrow. The banks are all closed. I don't think anything that really major is going to happen today. We'll see. Chips are way up. The S&P is up 0.5%. Nearing record highs again. I believe the high is 606. Broke 6. It's nearly at 601 now.
Yeah.
I bought SPY early this morning at 593. I'm sorry, 594, 96, 596. And I'm ready to sell it. Despite all this, we're still in pretty damn good shape, honestly. You know, if you thought of all the things that have happened with war and tariffs and near bullets missing people and assassination of a senator or of a house in Minnesota, the senator that was shot and his wife. All this, despite all this, we're still doing good. SPY just broke 601, up 0.6%. That's massive. UNH is one big component of the stock market. And that's breaking. It's really skyrocketing. Tesla, oddly enough, is way up. All the chips are way up. We're staying above 601 on the SPY right now. Okay, that's probably all you wanted to hear about the stock market. I'll talk to you in a bit.
All right, take it easy, bud. Wait, come here, kitty. Come here. Come here.
Okay.
Damn. Jesus.
Perfect rejection from the 786 here if we dump from here. I think it might make another lower low if it does.
Looking good, looking good. I smell a short. Did somebody short their pants? Sorry, that was a bad joke. I'll stop. What is it? What?
It's fun.
Dang. That's a nice rejection.
Yep.
A real nice rejection. Wow. Holy. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, man. I think.
What do you think it can happen, guys?
I mean, brother, that's the thing. No one's gonna give you that answer because look at the chart. It's like bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish. I mean, bro, like, how do you trade that? There's no way to predict. It's crazy. It's crazy over here.
Yep.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Well, the only thing we're certain about is the FOMC is just around the corner, and that's why you're seeing the volatility.
Yeah,
but that's it.
true.
That's it. That volatility is because of that. So, if you want conservative advice, like
Yeah.
be careful.
Be careful. Very, very careful. If you have your bags full already from yesterday's trade, just avoid it. It's a volatility going up and down, up and down, up and down.
Some fake breakouts and stuff going on.
Yeah. Because when the US market opens, you see these kinds of volatility. All of a sudden price pumps and all of a sudden price dumps. You see this every day when the market opens.
Yep.
The first 2-3 hours is not a trade, not the time when I trade.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I try
Because
not to
because
either
it's
when the market opens.
yeah, because it's a clear manipulation at that time.
It's all emotions. Yeah.
Yeah, all emotions. Yeah, and especially in this geopolitical situation.
So this pump got rejected from the 786. If we make another low here, then that could be potentially the third wave of this final dip down, final fifth wave is what I'm looking at.
Final countdown.
Confusing stuff, but
The way I'm
what
looking at
happens?
it on a naked
What
chart,
Yeah.
The way I'm looking at it on a naked chart is this hourly is about to close in 4.5 minutes, and if we close on a bullish engulfing, which is right around here, we just got to get a little bit above. That's going to
Check that
signal
1 hour. Look at the 1 hour.
Yeah, that's what I'm on. That's what I was talking about. The 1
1
hour.
hour is
Yes,
looking pretty bullish.
Yeah, especially if we close on a bullish engulfing right now, and we got 4.5 minutes, so we got to do
No,
is close.
dude, that wick is
around there.
gonna push the price down. It's saying gonna push the price down. I think depends
I
which
know.
one's
Here's
stronger,
the
this
thing,
one or
if
the
it's engulfing or not.
candle.
If it doesn't engulf, then we go down.
That's a bearish looking candle to me. The last 1 hour candle was bullish, which pushed price way up to the 786. But now if it gets to dump, I think it's gonna move farther
Yeah,
down.
but we have to see how the hourly closes, and that's going to be
Yeah,
informed.
we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, then that's gonna.
Oh, that's what it's always about.
In my opinion, I
You
mean,
gotta
sometimes
see
you
it.
get faked out. If we do see a bullish engulfing on the hourly, I mean, in my opinion, it's going to continue to try to test at least 105.4, 105.5 after that.
Multiple speculations is better than just your own.
I don't think that's a strong bullish engulfing, even if it does, because of that wick. But I don't know.
Bullish engulfing doesn't have to be strong as long as the body of the body of the candle is engulfing the body of the previous candle. It creates a bullish sentiment for the next one.
Yeah, that does. Yeah.
And the previous candle is like a hammer doji reversal anyway. So, so far now that would be 2 consecutive bullish candle setups.
Yeah, that previous candle's a nice one.
It's these really tall green candles that scare me, man. These things, and then, like after a dump like that, the green candle just pump, 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 pump. It's crazy. Like I don't understand how that's how. I think it's got to be the robots, man, or something, all triggering at the
Well,
same time.
there's a lot of automation set up, but the market makers, they got their levels, and those levels hit. There's a lot of money wherever their levels at, either whether selling pressure or buying pressure. They got a lot of USDT, they got a lot of Bitcoin.
Yep, agreed.
You don't want to watch anything? Dylan?
So Hoover saying that Justin, Iranian government planes land in Oman. Oman was previously the designated country for negotiations between Iran and the United States. Okay, that could be good if they're talking. Open mic. I'll be right back.
Wait. Yung bands ko, bigay ko sa kanya. Yung 2040. Sorry.
Well, I have decided it is time to play some Rocket League while the market makes up its mind.
Dude, my roommate used to play that game. He was pretty crazy. He's like freaking flipping all over the place. The ball's in the air. He used to destroy me in that game.
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty decent as well. I've played it for almost since the release.
Yeah, I was just a noob. I've only played it a little bit. He was real good.
That candle did not finish very good. I'm not gonna lie to you, that green candle.
Yeah, if you look at the 4-hour candles.
I'm looking at the 1 hour candle, the green candle that just finished. It touched the 50 EMA perfectly, and then rejected in the same candle. It rejected it, and the green candle finished at the bottom, almost at the bottom of the wick. Not quite, but almost. Oh.
Yup.
I think I'm seeing potentially a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern here on the 15 maybe. I just sort of, I don't know. Like those two wicks, if we dump from here. Not if it keeps pumping, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, volume looks good.
Head and shoulders on the 15.
It should keep pumping.
Oh, I just went on YouTube and I see Fox News. Iran rejects Trump's demand for unconditional ceasefire.
Right? That's what I was trying to say. That was my like just in. That's why I was kind of surprised about the planes landing in Oman.
Wait, can you repeat the news?
Iran rejects Trump's demand for unconditional ceasefire. So like that's just escalating more, right? Or like continuing to push it along, right?
Fox is just clickbaiting us because that's just one of
यार माइक खुला होता है मत क्या करो
because that's just maybe just one of the terms, right? Like one term one, unconditional ceasefire. Term two, you know what I mean?
They're just pushing it along further is what.
It can't be just a piece. It can't just be a piece of paper that just says, "Oh, here's sign this unconditional ceasefire."
Yeah.
I think both governments are trying to project stronger on the outside to their people than perhaps it's going on in the back room, maybe.
I think it's a big NWO play.
I mean, especially in Iran where things are a little bit fragile. If your leader is looking weak and indicating he might surrender, that could cause for unrest and the chance to overthrow him. So I don't blame him for saying, ceasefire's off, but maybe he has diplomats in the back talking.
Yeah, that's true. Because like Iran can't sign a ceasefire because what if just like what Israel did, right? Like they signed a ceasefire and then like a couple days later they started like bombing Gaza again. So Iran doesn't want to, they don't want that part of the terms.
But yeah, it's just like pushing it farther along because I feel like the market's not ready. And then when it's ready, like last night or a couple nights ago when the tweet was made, perfect time, the market just had this massive crash. Once it's ready to have the crash, then things will.
Well, I mean, I think that news isn't really unexpected though. I don't think anyone expected Iran to just like sign anything that's unconditional.
Yeah, but my point is things aren't coming to an end just yet. Like, still getting farther because like need more time, you know. And like when the market's ready to make the move, then we'll get some news or something, you know, good news or whatever. I don't know. Bad news, whatever the case.
I think right now the market's just gearing up for Powell. Powell's in, and that's gonna move the direction.
Seeing all these YouTube posts about Bible prophecy and stuff.
Look at that move, man. We moved
Jeez.
1,500 points to the upside. Now we are back on the same spot. Look at
Right?
that price
That's
action,
what I was
man.
saying. Like I
Come
think people
on,
were just
get
building up. We're just going sideways for now until FOMC. So careful, guys. If you have
Yeah.
if you can click the mouse as fast as the flash, then go at it.
Oh man, I wanted to make one more low. I hope the market gets ripped down one more time. Just one
Yeah,
more
that'd
time.
be sweet. That'd be sweet.
Things are not looking good.
Like if it dips below this 100 and 100,300, I think it has potential to put in bullish divergences on higher time frames, like the 1 day and 12-hour, maybe 2 day. I don't know. Let me see here. No, not 2 day, but 1 day, 12-hour.
I mean, if
Price
you know
has
this,
to
yeah,
dip
this, you
below,
know
and
this
then
war,
RSI has to stay above 42.4. It's at 47.1.
but you know this war thing, that war thing is not looking good, bro. To be
Yeah.
honest, it can dump the price pretty easy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't. You always have to have your own opinion. It could go up to an all-time high, and it
All you
could
need
jump
is,
farther.
all you need is just Trump to
I'm
stay
just
quiet.
saying what
No
I
tweet, no
want
nothing.
at the moment. And like even
Yeah.
even if it dips below this low that it has at 100,300, it could go even lower than where I'm wanting it to bounce here at 97, 98. It could even just go lower
No,
because it's
there's
accepted back into that bigger range.
How low can you
It
go?
maybe even dip below that 74. Okay. And we just came up to take liquidity here. I
Tough.
don't know. No one knows.
Yeah. Well, for
How
just
low
for
can
today,
you
we stick to this
how
range.
low can you
Figure out
go?
what we need to do for this range. But so
Yeah,
far,
man. But if we make another low, and once we start breaking out of this 102,000, and once we start breaking down, it's getting pretty scary. We want the fast bounce out if we do.
see. Just remember, I mean, if you're thinking that the right players aren't in the market right now, trust me, they are. They're just waiting. Right players are in the market. Remember,
Waiting,
we're in
Yeah.
100 days.
waiting.
The right players are here. They're watching each other. Which part? Care to share what do you think of our direction so far or where we're headed? More speculations, better.
I feel like potentially, since we came up and made a lower high here at that 105.5, we could be coming down in another lower a dip for another lower dip. So like this push we just had up to 105.3 could have been a second wave, and we could be in a third wave down, and for a total of potentially 5 waves for this final push down.
Let's see. So far, it's respecting the fibs. I'm on the fibs right now. Let's see.
Yeah, so like if you go on the 15-minute, pull it from that high we just had there at 105.5, and then pull it down to the low there at 103.8750. We got rejected at the 0.786.
Fine. My fibs are pulled a little larger. So, let's see. Also, remember, Dbloc also told us that we have a 3-day retracement. Oh well, it doesn't have to be a full like retracement of the range before we have a reversal on Thursday. So let's see. Then share your TA, bro. Where you
Good. I
think
hope
things
you
are.
don't go long, bro. Push it down further for me, or push it up.
Good to share your opinion and great to
I wanted to
actually.
go up too. Either way, I'm good, bro.
Yeah, dude. Same.
Also, that 105.5 was a rejection from the 618.
Was that a stopping volume candle on 5 minute?
Yeah, it's a nice looking candle, but I don't think it's gonna make another. I don't think it's gonna push above 105.3 there. I think it's probably gonna make a lower high and push farther down. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, because there are many liquidations. Like 2 hours ago, we cleared those liquidations above 104. So I don't know. This is crazy. Now I lost $600 and I'm going up with the flow. So I'm hoping. I'm just hoping.
Yeah, it's tough to trade, but you gotta have everyone like the way every trade is put in with different risk management. Like you gotta, and everyone's different, so you gotta have really good risk management and get in at good time. It's at the 0.50 fib on this little move.
Is hoe. Men det är lite
Trenering. Har du kjøpt sånne lite holdbare sko?
hitting the 6-1 ETA.
which as such. See what happens, but Sammy
rejection, rejected from the 786 on the 5 minute at that
Yeah,
503
please.
high there, and then we just got rejected from the 618 on the 1 minute. Nothing big.
Please, brother, please make your comments to get me hoping that I'm getting my bags again.
Well, you're saying you want it to pump?
Well, yeah, actually. Is it?
Pump it! I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm prepared for one more low if we gotta have another dip. That's kind of what my more preferred scenario now. One more dip before a big blast off.
From where to
But
where
I
you?
would like it to blast off now, but I would also like that to happen too.
Yeah, I got you. From where you think on it there can be a dip?
I think if we start breaking the 102 500 level and we dip down below that 100,300 low there, might be able to put in a bullish divergence on the 12-hour and the 1 day, and maybe it'll dip down to like 78K, or I mean 97K, 98K. That's kind of my lowest that I would want it to go, around there, and I would want to see a fast bounce, and I'm hoping for it to be start to the big move if that happens. Because once we start breaking 102 and we dip back down into that area, there's also a chance that we can just like get sucked even lower if we can't bounce out of it quick.
I hope you're wrong, buddy.
I'm looking for it to take this low here. That's what I want.
Hey, Crazy Train, you got open mic, bro. Thanks. Sorry, hooked up my headset. It's been doing that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. How's everybody doing this morning?
Is Dbloc here?
What's up, everybody?
Oh, hello, Zuzi. How you doing?
Hello.
What's
All
going on,
good. Back
Susan?
from work and all.
Very good. How's your day?
Pretty stupid. Having issues
Okay.
with management and all. But yeah, no, it was a cool day. I mean, I went, signed the paper, came back. Roughly.
That was a busy day then.
Yeah, it's very busy. Then I at lunchtime got a notification of thru stopping me out because it dropped below.
Behind your expectations? Below
Well,
your
you know,
expectations.
it triggered my stop loss. Yeah. So then I went in and revenge traded a bit, and you know
Lost again?
yeah, I guess. And no, but eventually, I mean, as long as
Yeah.
you buy back lower than when you got stopped out, you know, there's a chance of remaking the losses eventually,
Yeah.
unless the chart just goes down and down for years. But well, that could happen. We'll see. It's not very likely. No, but yeah, there's nothing to be bullish about. We are below 2.88 on thru, right? So, I mean, the first step would be to turn back into support 2.8 and then turn back into support 2.9. And then I think there's a potential reversal that would begin there. For now, we're spiking downward, trying to hold around half of its up move. 50% fib. It's not golden, so you know, I'm really not thinking this is gonna work. More of a scalp, I guess. But golden is more like 240 on 243. Local golden on thru, 243. And now if that holds all good, it's also 2nd of February low. It's a
Yeah.
bit the same on ETH, right? Like we're inside its range. It's holding the bottom of the range. So as long as it holds, I guess you can expect to reverse towards the high of the range. But in case it doesn't, then, you know, stop loss is your friend because this could very well go down to like 2nd of February low. And on ETH, that was 2,100, right? So it's a bit of potentially a 10% dump, right? We've
Yeah.
seen ETH do that a lot. It can, wouldn't be anything too crazy. Actually, sorry, it's 20% drop. Yeah, right. No,
Yeah.
wait, 15% drop. Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna follow the BTC anyway.
You need
But
Bitcoin to really turn 100K into resistance, maybe for that to happen. No, I don't know. Like, more likely that we'll just put a lower low and bounce. No, so a local lower low, below 2,450.
yeah, let's see.
2,435. But maybe we won't even do that. Maybe we'll just slowly stay here and do like a rounded bottom, or I don't know, something slow. Yeah, it could
Let's
be. I mean,
see.
last time it was impulsive, right? Like boom, boom.
Yeah.
Maybe this time it's a bit slower. I mean, it's already slower than last time. Huh? If dropped from like 2,800 straight down to 2,400. Before the war, I don't know. Wait, when was that? 13th of June. Oh no, it was Friday. Yeah, it's the war news.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's also the fact that we went back below the previous high. Yeah. Stay short from 2788 would have paid nicely. And now you're starting to see the reversal play, right? Because it looks like price is stabilizing or slowing down its dump. It even though went back up to 2,600. Then now we're back at
Yeah.
support.
So you're not trading in BTC anymore until you see
Yeah.
that in 99.
No, well, I don't think I'll trade Bitcoin if Bitcoin puts a low there. I'm still in on Bitcoin from the previous corrective move, so I might add to that trade to bring the entry higher. Like I'm still in from 78 on Bitcoin.
All right.
Haven't done anything. No
Good.
TPing, no adding, no nothing. I mean, maybe we'll go all the way down to 78k and stop me out. It's possible, honestly, but I don't think that's gonna happen. But who knows? You know, sometimes it happens.
Let's see where we go from here.
But that would be sad for me. Well, a full round trip, yeah. No, but hopefully I'll get opportunity to add actually rather than TP, and then we'll see if we treat it as a dead cat bounce or not. Right? Depends how low it's gonna go now.
Yeah.
If you go all the way down to 90, then I'm afraid I'll sell 105
Yeah.
on the bounce up, right?
I
But
mean,
if we just find support around 95, somewhere there, or even
I mean,
here, or above
if
100k.
if we go below 1 or 2, possibilities of going 99 are pretty strong. And if we go to 99, the possibilities of going to 92 is much higher.
Well, if you're back in
So
your 90 to 100 range, yeah, then probability of
yeah,
hitting. What worries me is breaking below 90.
I'm pretty sure 90. I'm pretty sure 97.7 is the 786 retracement
yeah.
for the move up from.
I mean, the lower you go from this point, I mean, 1 or 2, the chances for going down
From the
are a bit
move up
higher.
from 93. From the move up from
Yeah.
93, I think the 97 is a 786. Let me see.
Yeah. I mean, just do it. Just go to 97 at least. It's not that far before going to all-time high. It's less painful for people if we go now. But if we go to all-time higher first, let's say 112 or 113 or 115 or 16, 17, and then we come down all the way down to 92 or 95 or 97, it's going to be more painful for people.
Yeah, I got like
So
right around 97k is
yeah,
where the 786 is for this
because
move up.
yeah, because
That'd be perfect bounce.
yeah, because where the price where we are right now, nobody's buying, nobody's selling. Yeah, it's just a trading thing going on, a leverage thing. Just creating the liquidity to prove the price up and down. But the real buyers and sellers, nobody is buying at this price apart from Michael Saylor. Or nobody's
That's
selling
not
it.
true. Otherwise, Bitcoin wouldn't be here. Right? It's imbalance. Price is always in
Yeah.
balance.
Yeah,
Retail
it's
is not
imbalance.
buying probably because they feel like it's too high, 100,000, psychological and all. But price is always in balance between buyers and sellers. So there are as many people buying or selling at any given time, right? In theory, like that. If price was correctly, it's the true value is that.
Yeah.
Like right now, it's at 104,000 because there are enough people buying what sellers are selling and vice versa. But there are people buying above 100k. I mean, I bought above 100k. I don't care. Like the number isn't that important, right? It's the percentage that matters. Huh? It seems high because it's close to price discovery, but it's the same on every chart in the world because of inflation. Everything is close to its all-time highs, more or less. I mean, not everything, but overall, most charts are up a lot.
When we went up to 112k there, Then we had the pull back down to 100,300. That bounced perfectly off the 618. And then we came up to 109,000 there, or 110,000 there, and that rejected from the 786. And then we've been having this chop. And then if we get that push down there to the 786 right at 97K, right around that area, I think that's a perfect bounce spot. So like just that's the level I'm looking for if we drop any lower. 97K. I would want to see it bounce there too.
I think
Pretty
a flat,
fast.
you know what they call a flat ABC would be for me it would be the ideal scenario, where you just don't give, like, basically front running people who want to buy a 97, 98, 99. You would just put a low below the previous low, but very tiny small wick there. Boom boom.
So you're saying ABC, yeah, that's what I would see this correction as, from 112 down to 100. That was an A and 5 waves. And then we had that B wave shoot up to 110. And then we're working on the C wave still down. And I think it's going to take out that 100K low.
I
I'm leaning
guess.
more
I mean,
bearish right now for one more dip. But I'm still bullish for all-time highs before the bear market.
I don't know if it's gonna happen. I just know that if it happens, potentially it's confirming a downtrend on a bigger time frame. So it's time to think about longing, because at that point you know you're in a downtrend, and if you want to trade reversals and fight the trend, that's a good spot to do it. Because everybody's gonna expect a lower high after that, because it's, oh my god, lower low, lower high, lower low again. Bitcoin's going down. All the panic. If Michael Saylor wants to buy panic, he'll absorb all those
And we
sells.
get a big bounce.
Yeah, and then people will turn. Yeah, people will turn bullish again once we're back at 110, and they'll break out long there, and we'll do a fake out. It will fail. We'll come back down, stabilize, and maybe after that we can continue to climb, because Bitcoin is the future. All of this in 6 months, yeah. I don't know. Maybe we're foolish. Still holding to our cycle targets, while we could be at the verge of a big 50% collapse. Because we could, honestly, like, as long as we're below that 110, well, you know what? Look at Solana. What happened to Sol after it made a new all-time high? It went down 75%.
Yeah, I
Bitcoin
think if we
just made
lose
a new all-time
102,
high, and it's below the previous one. It could. There's potential for a big dump, something even bigger than 74.
yeah, if we lose this 102 level, then we could be maybe even potentially going down to around that 75K area again, and even take those lows.
Even
But I
lower.
don't see that happening.
Even like
I
65.
would want a big bounce here, and I think Bitcoin will have a blow off top, and the alts will push.
Yeah, I think that too.
But it can crash. It always can. No one knows.
You would break that Trump election metric. You would. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen, because I guess the world is really in a bad state if Bitcoin goes down to 65. Maybe we got some nukes going on and all. But yeah, other than Sui, I mean, not much happened, no.
Because it would be like a big range on the 5-day if we just came up to take the liquidity from the original push up to 110, and then like if we get back accepted back into this range, I don't know.
Yeah.
If it'd be bad. First would be 94K, I think, and 94K to 90K, and then if we fall below that.
Cardano also made lower lows here. Like, you know, alts that are high are continuing downward. Alts that are medium or already very low are not continuing downward right now. I think they're more like going sideways. And ETH didn't put a lower low. Bitcoin didn't either. Yeah, maybe more patience. That looks like a diamond, no? On Bitcoin 15-minute. Yeah, I need Dbloc to ask him. This looks like a diamond. I think it's pretty valid diamond on the 15. So Adam and Diamond, does that exist? What does Bukowski say about Adam and Diamond? I don't think it exists.
It does kind of look diamond. It does look like a diamond.
Yeah,
To
with
me,
that
yeah.
spike to 105.3 and low at 103.8 being a bit the neckline of the diamond. What the, how do you call it?
But if you check on the 30-minute, it kind of looks a little bit head and shouldery as well for a dump to the downside.
Guess it's probably better on the 5-minute, right? But yeah, you have like 3 touches on every angle. And we are at the neckline right now. All right, fake out down to just go up, or fake out up to just go down? Or can we just
One of the two, yep. One of the two.
not do any fake outs and just decide a direction and continue? I mean, that's probably more likely to just continue down. But
The market moves in waves.
we'll see. Yeah. Markets are
The
green,
market
no?
moves.
Oh, Russell. Russell is up 1.2%. Why are these altcoins going down still? That doesn't make sense. See, people are betting that there's going to be that quantitative easing a bit. That's why the smaller caps are pumping more than the big caps today. It's a small time frame, right? Like we would need confirmation that Russell can continue to go up while like Dow just goes sideways. Like it's very early to say that that's happening, but just on the daily, I think it's a bit the case, yeah. That's kind of cool. It should mean dominance down, but it's not the case. Dominance is up. This we traders take irrational decisions sometimes. These big caps are already pumped. Yet money continues to go in the same stocks.
Do you leverage trade?
Yes. Although my plan is to not
Do you use
leverage trade.
125x?
Hell no. You guys are crazy. I don't know what's the incentive. I mean, maybe on cross margin and all, I get it, but 125x, I'd be just instantly stopped out every time I enter a trade. No, maybe not on Bitcoin. That gives you 0.7% liquidation. Like you can't even put a stop loss at those high level leverages. You kind of need to use Lick as a stop loss on isolated, right? So, for me, it's 10x
So
is
the
good
way
for Bitcoin. Maybe
so the way
20
I
if you
think
want to be
about it-
riskier.
The way I think about it, if I have like $100 and I'm just learning to trade, well, like not just learning, but like say I've learned for a year and I'm trying to build up an account now, then I have $100 and I'm gonna use 125x leverage. So if I do like only like 3% of the whole account and I get in at a good time,
it's too much.
then my
3%.
liquidation is nowhere near. And if I get in on a good trade,
Isn't it too
I
much?
lost my
3% of
thought.
your. Well, I mean, you're right. You can take bigger risk when the amounts are smaller, just to try and catch a head start. But it's not a good practice. It's bad habit for what's going to happen later. And then you would reduce a bit your risk if it's successful, right? Like if you double your account on that first trade, which you'll easily do on 125x with 3%, with $3 margin, with $100. Yeah, you'll do it.
Yeah, and then you can like so yeah, you want to look for a good trade, right? You want to get in on a good trade, and then so you don't want to go underwater first, and then but if you do end up going underwater, you can you have enough to hedge short the other way if you're wrong, and then market can reverse, and your liquidation will be nowhere near if you hedge short properly. It's tough, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't
And
know
then
either.
you're using little of your money, and you're just trying to manage the risk properly, and then it'll make money the fastest way because it's the most risky, right? But but you're you're starting with a little amount of your money, and you're trying to build an account, like, and you don't want to just risk all your money. You take the time to make the right trades and try and build the account slowly. And then you're trading the most risky. So the way I look at it, that's the way to make the most profitable trades if you can do it properly.
You need small invalidation to go high leverage, right? So you need you need like precise double bottoms if you're playing double bottoms, right? Or you really need a small invalidation. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I'm just young. I've been trying to learn for like only a year now. Been watching the markets for like a year.
I've been trying to learn. I'm just not sure there's really anything to learn though, but I'm still trying to learn. It's just random, man. What
I'm
we do is
interested
not
in like
though, but the market itself is just ups and downs.
I've been watching a lot of videos on like Elliott wave analysis, and then so like the market moves in waves of like 1, 2, 3s or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s or ABCDs. It's just the same thing as 1, 2, 3s or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s.
Whatever makes us understand, like, okay, it's an urge to understand, right? Whatever makes us understand is good, I guess, because it'll give you confidence to trade, right?
And then also the
Can be
Fibonacci
Elliott
extension.
waves, can be
And then
news, can be anything. Doesn't matter.
the Fib levels are like key support and resistance, right? And then bullish divergences and stuff is what reverses trends, stuff like that.
Yeah, because people look at that, so yeah. But in reality, your double bottom doesn't give you a better reward when there's a divergence or when there's not a divergence. Like it's probably just the same with enough of a sample. You're gonna have half of double bottoms that had bullish div and half of double bottoms that didn't have bullish div, and maybe some of them reverse higher until they go lower when there's like the div, but I don't think so. I think well, I don't know actually. Let's ask yeah. Does he
I've
think?
just been learning about the ranges too, like value area low and value area high and stuff in POC.
Do double bottoms have better return when there's also a bullish divergence, or just a divergence? An RSI divergence. So double bottoms alone have a success rate of 60 to 70%.
Bullish divergences is when
Double bottoms
price
with
makes a
RSI divergence had a 68% win rate. Ah, so it's the same, you see. But maybe the final, like the amount of reversal you get is lower or higher. No. The AI says to backtest on your specific asset. That's a terrible idea. You don't want your strategy to work because you fine-tuned it to a historic data set, right? You want it to perform average on any signal. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't agree with that personally. Like, I do not want a strategy that needs fine-tuning for a specific chart. That's a bad idea, I think, because it's gonna change. Like your parameters of your strategy or of your AI agent, whatever, you're gonna need to change them over time. So better find a strategy that doesn't need to be fine-tuned for the asset you're trading. Says average return 2.1% with RSI divergence against 1.7 without RSI divergence. All right, so well, maybe it's better to combine, yeah. But it doesn't matter. Like I said, as long as you know what you're doing, and in this case, you know what you're doing. You're gonna play double bottoms when there's RSI divergence, right? It'll be consistent. And that's what's important, is to be consistent and stick to your plan, strategy, tactic, whatever it is. It's gotta be well defined though, with some rules and
So 15K there when Bitcoin was at 15K. What marked the bottom there with the bullish divergence? Or when it dropped to 20K initially, the RSI went down to 25.7, and then when it dropped to 15K, RSI only went down to 31.4. And then from there, price boomed up and RSI rose.
yeah, but it's normal and expected that RSI gives you a bullish divergence after such a big decline and a reversal pattern, right? Because we were coming from 48K, so RSI was, heavily oversold. So the first time you bounce up from 15K, while you're coming from like 48K, while the second time you bounce from 15K, well, a lot of time has passed. It got time to reset towards the midpoint. So when you dump to 15K, you're not going to reach the same RSI level as last time. Like you would need to go much lower, right? So you end up in a bullish divergence. Like this, you can even.
Yeah,
it's a bit the same right now. You will.
Signal to buy.
Like it's a bit the same right now on
vice
Bitcoin.
versa, that's the signal to sell. Right now, it's building a ton of bearish divergence, and sooner or later, it's going to be at the top on the weekly. It's building tons of bearish divergence.
On the small time frames, we already know that there will be, unless we put a lower low, there will be divergence going on because the dump slowed down, right? So, like right now, yeah. Like if we, no, the opposite. Sorry, if we put a lower low, like right now, if Bitcoin puts a lower low, RSI won't have time to go lower because we're coming from lower. Like we're coming from 105, not from 110. So it won't have it won't go as much down as price. So you'll end up with a lower low on price action, but a higher low on RSI.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now on the daily.
Yeah,
if we get down there, it'll give us all this bearish or bullish divergence.
Unless we go much lower. Yeah, unless Bitcoin just doesn't care and goes much lower, where at one point RSI will also put a lower low and it will erase the divergence.
Yeah, because on the 2-day. It won't put no bullish divergence in, or the 3-day, or the 5-day. Like, yeah, price can just dump.
Well, on the bigger time frames, we're just
Even
cooling
farther.
off. You know, Bitcoin is just cooling off its impulse from 48K to 110 by going sideways. It dipped back down to 74 and all. You know, a lot of stuff happened, but overall, we're just cooling off the impulse.
But yeah, I'm seeing if we do have to get a dip down there, we might be able to put in lower time frame bullish divergences. Like 12-hour, 1 hour, 4 hour.
You know, we're gonna end up with a weekly RSI at 50 while Bitcoin is at 100. That's gonna be cool.
Yeah, that might be good. And then the monthly's also crossing up. Also at 50, 48. And then there's like a monthly green dot on Market Cypher B or something, apparently, which also most 90% of the time, I'm pretty sure leads to a massive pump. I think I've
Ooh.
been hearing like Jason Casper talk about that, I'm pretty sure.
There's probably also a blood diamond going on somewhere. Maybe not on the monthly, maybe more like on the daily or 4-hour. No, there's probably some blood diamonds that offset that green. But the bigger time frame usually wins, though. So I guess that's. Thanks for the info. It reassures me in my tunnel vision that we're gonna continue higher. I just don't know how low before we continue higher. The answer could be 90K for all I know.
I guess we're waiting for FOMC.
Yeah, it could also be 100, you know, just a low below 100, or even just 103. That 103 holded on Friday, so since then there hasn't been a better long. I mean, I guess we came back to it almost, and
Right now, the price is on the 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 15. We're all under the moving averages, which could potentially push it farther down.
we
30 minute,
tapped it 4 times. We tapped that level. You know, it
1
broke only
hour.
once.
We just got rejected from the 21 moving average on the 1 hour. Yeah, we're under the moving averages. I don't know if to push this down further. Too. Like, usually when we get a cross up above them and we're on top, that like gives us a push up. So like vice versa happens.
Well, yeah, we're attacking FOMC at macro resistance while being at daily support, right? Or lower time
Yeah, I
frame
think we're
support.
gonna get pushed down. I'm bearish right now.
We'll probably do both. People sold the news of FOMC, right? Maybe they'll buy the dip. Actually, no, we sold the Iran
It's
war.
hard learning. I've been learning for like all a year, so mainly I've been bullish, so I haven't really been bearish. It's hard to learn to be bearish when you should be. So, like, this is one of my first times being bearish.
That's probably a good thing. Because on Bitcoin it's a good thing, right? Because the chart just went up. I mean, yeah, at one point you were losing 35% of the highest point, but other than that.
I say I'm 60%, 40% because like still never know what's gonna happen. Just lost the 618. Maybe move down to 786. A low time frame. It already tested the 786, but it might move down and then break through it to make a lower low.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any conviction in this current move. It's like it's really not much happening. Like you said, people are waiting for FOMC. Like it's in an hour, right? No, when is it? I'll know on Bitcoin chart when FOMC starts.
15-minute stochastic RSI and 30-minute are pointing down. 1 hour just had the cross down potentially. 2 hour might be crossing down. 4 hours coming down still. 6 hour could have to come down still. And then that 8 hour, yeah, could come down. And then the 200s around that 100,300 low.
Wait, on which time frame is the 200 EMA at 100,000? That's interesting. If there's some
Moving average.
MA,
Not
yeah.
EMA. Moving average.
Yeah, what time frame did you say?
I'm pretty sure it's the smooth moving average, not the EMA.
Simple moving average.
Oh, simple. Yeah, simple. Yeah, I got the 21, 50, 90, and 200 on my charts. And then I got the 50 EMA. Any other EMAs I should put up?
Nah, you don't. No. Well, I don't know. Becomes confusing after if you have too many.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what I've found out is 50 is the most important. That's why I have it up. Or like it's a significant, I don't know. They all are important, but
Well, the diamond broke to the downside, I guess. With a bit more convicted, convicted players coming up with like 45 Bitcoin sell. It's still low though.
look on the 1 hour. Doesn't that look like a head and shoulder? Looks like a head and shoulder. That right shoulder was potentially a diamond, yeah. And like, yeah, looks like it's gonna dump to me. Let's go.
Yeah.
Just broke through the 786. Potentially, I could hold it for a little bit here, maybe, but testing the 786 right now.
You're like fibbing on the 5-minute?
Yeah, 3-minute. Pull it from the low to the high there.
Oh, I see. Good luck with that.
Just watching what it does
I think
short term.
actually I don't know.
I'm
That's
not
probably
trading off it. I'm not trading
this,
off. I'm just watching what it's doing short term off of my trades larger time frame.
there are probably algorithms and bots that fib on the small time frames, but I think the most people use them like for the bigger pictures. But I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, that's what. Well, like I'm just watching it because it just broke the 786. Now my idea is that okay, well we're gonna lose this 103,800 low now. We're gonna break it. Can't bounce, but that's my main thought now. And
Like GG guys. I lose all my account, and I'm so angry, and I'm so dumb. And I said Dbloc right after he left. I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna go some sun and some nature and some shit. I make my whole account profitable, and now I'm just going down. All my emotions, all my everything.
yeah, man, it's so tough. Yeah, man. Like how I think about trading, I think of it like gambling. I want to try and build an account from a small amount of money. I'm not going to put a ton of money in to try and make money from my hard-earned money that I work for. I'm going to
That's
put
a good. That's
$20
the
and try and build it up from a dollar trade with high leverage. That's how I've been thinking of it.
I think that's a good.
So like I've only lost a little bit of money and haven't even lost it because it's gains from my spot portfolio.
That's a good approach with leverage, yeah. To especially to learn.
Yeah, I've only been learning for a year and yeah, I've learned quite a bit.
Dbloc used to say, not that Dbloc, I forgot who. If the first year you manage to just
Oh
break
shit,
even,
that
it's very good already.
786 for now. Looking
And
like on the
actually,
2 minute. Sorry, what were you saying?
that if your first year you manage to just break even on leverage, on average, it's already pretty good performance.
Yeah, man. If I held this short the other night, could have made like $700 from the trade I was in, but I got out right before the tweet and I wasn't really paying attention. I was like paying attention to the stream and stuff. Because the news dropped and then everyone was like talking about the news. I was paying attention to the news and it just started plummeting and I didn't get in a position. Didn't get back in. Looking bouncy as like short term here, but that could just be fake. Maybe not.
Gotta wait for FOMC now,
Because that 15-minute to me is looking like it's gonna go down in the 30 on like the stochastic RSI is looking like they're moving down. But candle's looking pretty bullish right now.
I'm the stupidest person who ever lived, guys. Like, fuck it. Sorry for the language, but I'm very, very angry.
Hey, is FOMC at 3 o'clock?
Everybody was saying it's a 2.
Oh, I don't know. FOMC might save you, brother.
It's at it's in 45 minutes. FOMC. Well, we get the funding rate decision in 45 minutes, and then the press conference is half an hour later. But it's just an FOMC meeting. I mean, it doesn't have to act on price like hell. People are expecting a lot from FOMC meetings. Sometimes they do act on price, but more often than not, it's just continuation of whatever we're doing. You kind of already know what Powell's gonna say. That's just.
Did you hear Trump's comments towards Powell this morning?
No, but I'm sure Trump is lighting on social
No,
media
he
on
was.
fire.
He did like a live press conference. They're, I guess, installing some flags.
What if Powell doesn't cut rates?
He went off on Powell. Like he's been like negative on Powell for a while, but this time it was different. Like if anyone wants to go look back and watch it, he was just riffing. It almost looked like, and I'm not trying to he was like derangedly riffing on him, like really hard, just like for like 10 minutes straight, just going off on Powell, just like in a real negative way. It was crazy. It was pretty crazy. And then he talked about Iran. It was like Iran wasn't even his focus. It was like he was just hammering Powell. It was crazy.
What if he doesn't cut rates and then Trump he gets fired or something, and then that is the catalyst that everything markets start booming after that?
Not going to happen. It would do the opposite. Markets would crash. I think it would have the opposite effect. We like Powell. He gives us stability. He lies sometimes and all. Yeah, but politics should not influence monetary policy. Otherwise, you're going to lose stability, right? Like, imagine what's going to happen every time Republicans are in power, they would lower rates, or I don't know. Like, it's just, it doesn't have to be political, right? It's not it's.
Yeah,
doesn't
but
have to
maybe it would be
political, right?
maybe it would be like a short-term massive boom, and then after everything goes to garbage. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, but it's again uncertainty, right? Like Powell, we know he's pretty stable. He tries not to shock people, or like he tries to warn in advance. And he's been saying, I'm going to cut twice in 2025. Well, we'll see if he plans have changed or not.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about if they fire him because of all that talk.
It's just social media noise to ignore.
No, they won't fire. They can't. I mean, his term's about to end anyways. Like he won't fire. He's got like this will technically be Powell's last like impactful Fed meeting, because after this, Trump's gonna nominate somebody else. So like I think they were saying like Powell essentially becomes like a lame duck Fed, because now whoever that nominated person is gonna be, he's gonna be speaking whatever he's speaking, and then markets are gonna start taking his word over Powell in a sense, because he's gonna be the one that's gonna be in charge come like September. So this is like it's like an end of the era for Powell anyway. Like this might be his last, not his last meeting. He'll have another meeting, but after this meeting,
I see what you're
there's going to
saying.
be a name already in the books. Who's the next guy or girl?
Interesting. It's gonna be the golden age of America. Elon's dark MAGA. You guys see that? He's got his black hat on. He's wearing all black, and then on stage he's like, "I'm dark MAGA."
No way.
I'm like, what's that? I'm like,
I'm
what's
dark
that mean,
MAGA?
buddy? I'm like, what's that
He's
mean?
like
You're
Batman.
dark
He's
MAGA.
Batman MAGA. He's got trauma.
Wait, he said that? I'm dark MAGA?
Yeah, man. And he did like some weird
Oh,
jump
he
thing.
said
And I
that?
was
Dude,
seeing
there's a
all
lot of
this.
memes right now that are named Dark MAGA.
I was seeing all this videos about this weird jump he did, and then he did that. I think that's maybe when he like saluted the crowd or something like like the Hitler salute or whatever.
Trump also did a Hitler salute like Elon. You know, it's funny because
No, I don't know about Trump, but that's when
does that
Elon
mean
was.
that
This was during the Trump rallies when Elon went to the first Trump rally. I'm pretty sure it's like the first one or something. I don't know.
imagine if that's really the case and one day Trump turns on the Israel.
And now all this is playing out. They've taken over America, basically, kind of.
Dude, these altcoins just will not stop bleeding. It's insane. Insane. Ada just made a
Yeah,
new
yeah. It's got a chance at 58.7 of holding and reversing though. If it doesn't, yeah, you're looking at 2nd of February wick. Now last time we put a higher low, right? That 50 cent, right? 2nd of February. So the problem is Cardano didn't dump as much as other alts already did. Like most alts are already down in that area of 2nd of February or you know, beginning of April lows.
Alts are cooked.
Yeah, so that's why I think you're seeing it continue down right now while Bitcoin is just going sideways or, you know, even upward actually. Bitcoin has been going up since yesterday's low, right? Am I saying bullshit here?
You saw Sui made a new low too. A lot of alts made new lows.
Yeah, but those are alts that haven't really dropped significantly, right? I mean, they dropped, of course, but in percentage since the high, not as much as other alts. You know, some alts are like down 75% right now. But yeah, it depends on the alt, I guess. But yeah, Cardano, 27th of February holds support here and goes straight up to $1.18. So you know, if you hold support at 58 cent, there's a chance you go just straight up to $1.13. I mean, it's what happened last time. We're back at the same point. All right, maybe we won't go to 113, but actually 1.18. Right, yeah, 1.18. But you could easily get 80 cent again. You know. The question is 80 cent first or 50 cent? Yeah. Right now everything points 50 cent first. But you know, it's midweek. We got Bitcoin kind of triple bottoming. No, what's this? Not really quadruple bottom. I don't know. It's doing something here with high lows. I think that it needs to do a fake out to break people who longed, but there are more people shorting anyway, so. Kinda glad I don't need to trade it. Because you see that's the point in not TPing sometimes is I would have longed every freaking dip since 112. I would have longed 106, I would have longed even 100 yeah, I would have longed every freaking dip. That's for sure. It's looking still like that symmetrical triangle too. Right?
Bro, gotta try and learn that Elliott wave analysis, Doc.
Just type in Elliott waves cheat sheet. It's pretty simple actually. You have like 3-4 rules. They have these nice pictures where it's like, RSI divergence cheat sheet. You have Elliott waves cheat sheet, harmonics cheat sheet.
But that doesn't mean that you know for sure if you're right or not. So like that's what I'm
Of
saying.
course. Well, it's
Why
always
buy every dip if you know that if it looks like there's gonna be another according to your analysis?
it's always a probability game, right?
Yeah, that is true. I do see that point. Your dollar cost averaging, but like you gotta be careful if you're doing that, right?
And you never really trade Elliott anyway. You just unless you're using some sort of indicator that's gonna
no one
give
trades
you
Elliott.
targets
Elliott,
and all,
like,
but
gives you it's like a map. Oh, I'm right here. I'm at wave 4. It's sort of a know where you are so far kind of
yeah.
indicator.
Yeah, and then you want to look at like the volume, or like, yeah, I think it's called volume profiles to know like the where value area high and value area low is and stuff. See, you break down, you're most to see where you're most likely to go, and then Fibonacci extensions and stuff, and then liquidity, and there's lots of things you use all together to be a good
And
trade.
like a lot of stuff, you often have a bullish and a bearish Elliott count.
Elliott
yeah.
waves don't really exist, do they? Really? Let's be honest.
Oh, I think they do. No, it's got something to
That's
do
how
with
the market
psychology
moves.
and all.
It's how the market moves.
But you can count them in any way.
Yeah, there's
no.
always
There are,
tons of situation scenarios that can play out multiple. There can always be one more dip and stuff. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but
It's
you
tough
you
for
can
sure.
start the
But
count from anywhere.
I don't
There,
think
there
it's
are
gonna
fixed counts, obviously. There are lots of different styles, but you can literally apply it to any part of any chart at any time.
Yeah, because it's the way the market moves. But I don't think it's fake. It's just really hard to actually know what the complete count is for sure, because you're not a robot. We're human. But like, it's definitely real. I think it's not fake.
I'm sure there aren't two Elliott traders that that agree on the count anyway. But for me, we're inside
Just
wave
like
5. Yeah, it's
just
just
like
that
moon phase traders as well. Like, I mean, anything can work.
sure some people will argue it's 3, not 5, or this.
But in any case, like, that's just, you use it for what it does. It just tells you, oh, okay, we're in wave 3, we're in wave 4. So it just like gives you this visual indicator. But in terms of like finding the range and finding where we're like the exact price points, the wave adjusts itself based on where the price is. So it actually reacts to where it is. It doesn't foresee where it should go.
Well, personally, Elliott right now makes me think ending diagonal, because when you look since 15K, I think most people are gonna agree 15 to 30 is wave 1, and then that double bottom at 25 is wave 2, and
The big
then
move
things
to
start
100
to
later.
change. But for
Wave
me,
3
wave
is the
3 went all the way up. We did 4 at 74K dump, 48K dump, sorry. And now at 48K, we started wave 5. And
And so like each time you start on the monthly and it's moving in some type of Elliott wave pattern, then you go to the weekly and you zoom in, it's moving in a smaller type of Elliott wave pattern. Every time you zoom in, it's the way it's moving but like you zoom in and it's
you're not.
smaller moving in
Yeah, but Elliott waves is
sideways or
supposed to be
whatever
on
the
the
case.
It's supposed to be daily and above. You're not supposed
to
to
get the
Elliott wave
bigger
on
move done.
because people need time, right, for that psychology to work. Like if you're Elliott waving on the 1 minute, it doesn't fit what the guy wrote in his book.
I'm just doing it
So
short term. I'm just doing it short term,
yeah, but
like
that's different than I think what he intended his theory for.
no, because no,
it's at
like when
least
you
daily
when you're
Elliott
switching
wave.
time frames, it's like zooming in and out. When you're switching time frames, it's like zooming in and out, and yeah, it's like I don't know how to explain it, but
You know, I understand what you mean because waves are just zigzags, right? It's just highs and lows. So whenever you look at price, you're gonna see, you're gonna try to make Elliott waves count work.
so if you look on the 15-minute right now, that high we
Yeah,
had,
I know. You
100
can, yeah, you can
right
count
now,
Elliott waves on the 1 second if you want to, but
it's like, and it's just moving to make the larger move, and that's what it does, man.
well,
Like right now,
on the 15, you're inside a 5 down, right?
yeah.
A fifth wave down.
According to my Elliott wave analysis, we're gonna be going lower here, and it's looking like in the charts, but I don't know.
But okay, let's assume we don't go lower. How would you recount this then? Because you can have
I would
another count
watch and
that
pull the
actually.
fib levels, and once it invalidates certain fib levels and does a move, then I'll be able to say, okay, well, this was potentially this, and this was potentially that.
So
Or if it does what I think, or if it does the other thing, then I do the same thing.
But that's why I was saying
Until
you
it gets
cannot.
to my larger time frame, and then like that's just
That's why I was saying you're gonna end up normally with a bullish count and more of and also a bearish count.
I'm trying to see the complete invalidation of this W, baby. Let's go. If we break this low right here, we're coming down to the 103.7, which is another 786. And if we break that, then we're going down to take the 103.3 low. I'm pretty sure that's what I think. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Come on, let's take this 103, 300 low. It's at the 786 now of the move up from the 103 to 105 there. 5.
We're below that now. Yeah, we're a bit below it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably just gonna play around with this level. Maybe it just crash through. I don't know. We'll see. It is below though, yeah.
I like this scenario. It's different than typical, honestly, because typically you have like most of the times lately, people were expecting cuts from FOMC, so we were coming with a potentially more of a bullish mindset to FOMC than
Yeah,
price
man, I
action
was
wise.
bullish. I thought we
Yeah,
were gonna
well, this time
buy.
we're coming more with like, I guess, bearish expectations from FOMC.
Not me.
I
I
mean,
was bullish, but now I'm looking at the charts and I'm like bearish
no,
for
but
one more move down.
yeah, because people are like afraid we're gonna take a big dip at support. It's like, I don't know. It feels like FOMC. People are, yeah, people might expect bearish news from Powell actually. Otherwise, why would you sell before the event?
It still can bounce here. It's playing around with the 786, but
Oh yeah, there was a big sell there. People get aggressive. We'll get the bounce.
I'm hoping for the crash
The
through and
problem
for the
is the trend there. Pump up on slow volume, big volume to break, to go a bit lower. It's characteristic since 74K. Still hasn't changed, man. Because yeah, same as yesterday. I mean, they forgot to put resistance. Like even bulls want to bring price down now. Because they can't really buy. And they don't want to buy 110, right? So we should see FOMC will probably bring some orders in the book, no? Like give us resistance at 105.5. That's at least gonna give a point at pumping back up. Yeah, I think we need some orders above us. The path to 108 is really easy for Bitcoin. It's like it's empty. The path to 99 though is gonna you're gonna need you're gonna need a lot of bearish imbalance to take out all these orders.
Bro, Canada keeps sending all these billions to Russia, or I mean, yeah, to Russia for Ukraine? Or Ukraine's fighting against Russia, right? Yeah.
Well, both. They're
Huh?
fighting each another.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so Canada, Russia, and Canada might go to war potentially, maybe. No? If we're sending all this money to fight against Russia, right? That would be crazy, bro. I do not want to get drafted to war.
Whatever. Canada's with us. I mean, they don't really go to war by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, your
We're
president
not
is
with the
crazy,
States
but
no
I don't think
more.
he's gonna
Didn't they cut
invade
off
Canada.
connections with the States just recently? Like, we
What?
just cut off connections and stuff with the
Yeah,
States.
the 51st state
Like, they're
thingy
not
and
going to
all.
protect us for war. This is for a
I don't
reason,
think.
yeah, I think. Dang.
I don't think we need can. I don't think the U.S. needs Canada's protection.
No, it's not that. I think Caliphant. I
No.
think
Canada needs the U.S.'s protection, and they just cut that off recently. Trump's saying how they're not going to protect us because they spend billions of dollars to protecting us and whatnot, and then we're sending all billions of dollars for war when we're supposed to be the peace country, right? And then that'd be crazy if Russia and Canada go to war.
honestly, I thought you were afraid America would invade Canada, but that's not the case
Well,
from
I'm
what
just
you
thinking
explained.
then because of all this talk they had, now the States potentially wouldn't protect us. I don't know.
Against whom?
If that happened, because
Don't worry,
it kind of makes sense to me.
nobody's
Russia
sending
doesn't
soldiers
want
to
to give
invade
up.
Canada.
Russia doesn't want to give up, and that's just probably the route that would probably happen. And yeah, that'd be crazy. And then if the States joined the Middle East, then the whole world would be at war. No, that'd be crazy.
You live in Canada?
Yeah, man.
That's cool. But don't worry, nobody's invading your country. It's very hard to invade. I mean, I don't think Trump is gonna send tanks to Canada either. The only thing is,
Dude, I remember during COVID in Toronto, there's videos of hundreds of tanks going down the train in Toronto through Toronto during COVID. Hundreds of tanks, thousands maybe, just going down the train line in Toronto.
That was all
Yeah.
AI.
Canada is also a part of NATO. Like they have NATO protections. Like nobody's. I mean, no one's invading Canada.
But
And,
Canada could invade.
Canada,
So Canada could invade, right? Like we've seen
But
that happen in
that
Korea. We've seen
doesn't
that
mean they
happen
wouldn't
in.
go to war. That'd be crazy.
Well, you went to Iraq, right? Like you participate in most NATO operations. So some Canadian soldiers could find themselves at war. Unfortunately, yeah, that's the case. Yeah, but it's a professional army, right? I don't think you're gonna be drafted into war, although that's a possibility too.
But they got him for him, man. Jeez. It's scary
You,
times we're living in there.
you don't have military service in Canada, right? It's like France, no? It's a professional army.
Canada hasn't practiced
We
a
don't have a big
draft
army, I don't think.
since 1945.
I think we have a tiny army and we need the state's help, probably. And that'd be pretty wild if we were on our own. I think Canada would be.
But you don't have any enemies. Why do you need any help?
Yeah,
Well, we do.
Canada.
We kind of do against we kind of do. Like if we're sending billions of dollars to fight a war against Russia right now.
I mean, being a part of NATO, Canada's not alone. You have there's many allies, many countries.
Yeah, I don't know. It's scary stuff to think about.
Yeah, no, I mean, war is scary. I'm just saying Canada definitely has lots of allies. There's no scenario where Canada is going to war alone against Russia.
Well, just like they were talking about that recently, how the U.S. Trump was talking about how they spend billions of dollars on us, and that they want us to become the 51st state or whatever it is. And then, yeah, like all that stuff going on, it makes sense for them not to if they're just talking about how much money they spend on us and how they want us to join their country.
Trump says a bunch of crap. Like he's just like.
Well, it makes sense. He's saying like he's not gonna spend the money to protect us on war. That's what he's saying. And he
That's a
wants us
good
to
thing.
join their country.
It's good for your industry. It's good for
And
your
Canada's
economy.
saying no, and that we're independent, and then Carney's just made a deal to send $2.4 billion more to Russia for war. Well, that's going to make Russia mad, probably, I think. And Russia's not going to give up of what they've said since the beginning.
Other countries are much more worried before there's issues in Canada because of Russia, especially countries that are like close by to Russia. You guys are probably the last ones that should worry. You're like overseas, pretty far. I guess nukes could be a thing.
Yeah, Canada's like not a main target.
They
Like
cross it in the winter when it freezes.
No. The Bering Strait doesn't fully freeze, and does it? I mean, it's okay.
No.
There's Alaska before Canada anyway.
I don't know if it would be hard for them to get here or not.
Alaska is a way bigger target. Then Canada's like not a main target. Alaska is a huge target, like because of the military bases, and Russia wants Alaska back.
So Trump is creating a lot of anxiety, right, with his social media stuff, saying stuff like 51st state, need to pay, otherwise we're not going to defend you, you're going to get invaded by Russians, whatever is happening on social media.
I'm just thinking about that because of what they're doing here, and then he's just saying he's not going to protect us. And pretty much,
he'll have to pay for all this one day. Yeah.
He says like all kinds of crap but even if Trump pulls, I mean, even if there's some scenario where the U.S. doesn't protect Canada, Canada's a part of NATO, and NATO is a huge alliance with a bunch of countries. I mean, and the U.S. is like part of NATO, and everyone in NATO is obligated to protect each other. So Canada, being a part of NATO, has a bunch of protections.
Yeah, but Trump could leave NATO, right? Because he doesn't listen to his allies anyway, so he's a bit acting on his own. So, NATO is in a bad state currently. Well, I guess that Russian war strengthened it, but compared to what it was, I'm not sure it's that everybody really shares the same point of view. France probably doesn't want to go invade Iran, right? Like, so if you now like America is going to act alone, NATO isn't going to follow. I mean, maybe Great Britain will follow America. Canada will probably follow America, but I don't think Europe will in this Iranian potential conflict. Well, continuation of. Actually, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, France has a lot of bases too in the Middle East, in Lebanon and all. Maybe they'll intervene. I don't think so though, but we'll see. But like NATO isn't. It's a bit divided, right? Currently. You also have like countries like Turkey in NATO. You have these newcomers like Norway, like Sweden, and most of the military power comes from America anyway. So that's why America does whatever it wants. Allies are supposed to follow what the leader says or does. Like it's an alliance of countries, but it's very America centered, right? It's not really a federal alliance, like where everybody has its weight in the decision. Right? And last time, last time America went to war, France didn't follow, so NATO wasn't used. Like you guys can just go to war on your own. You don't need NATO, right? I mean, yeah, you don't care. Well, it's your. I mean, you get my point, right? It's
Yeah, I mean, America can do whatever America wants to do. My point, I was just trying to tell him, like, Canada, there's no like scenario where Canada is just on its own and like it's. I mean, I guess anything in the world is. Canada's not getting invaded and just totally like unprotected and by itself.
But Canada is more
I
like
hope we
European
don't go to
friendly,
war and
right?
I don't get drafted to war. That's my main concern right now.
Like, wait, what is your main concern?
Well, hearing about this, them keep sending all this money for war. Like, yeah, I hope we don't go to war and I have to we get drafted or some scenario like that.
I don't think Canada would do a draft. They haven't done a draft since like it was in 1945 or 1942. I don't see. You don't have to worry about that.
It's a professional army. If you want to fight,
Well,
you
if like
can.
the world goes to war, like, that'd be crazy. They would need the help.
We've had so many wars, since 1945, and they haven't drafted since then. Canada, it's a liberal country. That's why they got rid of the draft. I mean, even the United States
Apparently,
hasn't done a draft since Vietnam.
Canada's election probably rigged. You know, like when when Biden got into office against Trump, and there was all that talk about, oh, the election's rigged. Trump was even saying the election's rigged.
I'm just gonna come out and say you don't have to worry about the draft in Canada, and it would be really it would be crazy if somebody. It would be strange if somebody got drafted in the United States. It hasn't happened since Vietnam.
Oh, also the war is high tech now, right? Like it's more about drones and less about trench warfare. Although in Russia-Ukraine conflict, there's a lot of that going on too. Right? So, like, what would we draft people for?
Yeah, that's true.
It's so high tech that you need like years to train soldiers correctly, to use these
That's
drones and this and that.
This is a pretty
But
bullish looking 1 hour candle right
if
there.
it's really a desperate war, then yeah, it would go to
It
drafting
is a very bullish
and
candle,
all. But
even on 5.15.
we'll see it coming way before it happens.
Bouncing from that 786 area, but it could just be retracement to move down farther still. I don't know. Because it put in a lower low there, but good bounce. Good bounce here too. Kind of looking diamondy on the 30-minute actually. A little bit there. 15.
All right, I remember. All right, diamond, fake out down, fake out up, back to the neckline. Well, maybe we're gonna do the fake out up part now. You're missing a bit to be back at the neckline, though.
You're saying you think a little fake out right now because it dumped down diamond? Is that
No,
what you're
no, I don't. pay attention to these small thingies happening. But that 104,500, if we reclaim it and go back above that, then I think you could say this was a false breakout down. You know, the measured move would have been.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
you kind of got
This,
half
this,
of it,
this, if
right?
you think
So
about it, Lucy, this is the range we were bullish at. This exact price range. It's right here, 104. It's like I think we spent 24 hours just like letting people accumulate and prepare for a good leg up.
yeah, it's looking decent.
yeah, I mean, it's just that ABC wise, you know, putting that lower low would have been
At 1 hour candle, pretty bullish. Looking
Well, you can't
even more.
argue with a volume. What was that? A
It's
volume cap. Oh, well, sorry. I keep eating my words today. Volume stopping candle. There you go. On the 15
yeah,
at
yeah,
least.
yeah, 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 yeah.
You see,
Well,
but this is
you know, it's when
we
I
were
said
bullish at exactly this range yesterday.
it's when I said aggressive sellers, right? Like that increase in aggressivity from one side got matched, and that's your stopping volume. What you call a stopping volume candle? Yeah.
Well, the
Yeah,
good
because
news
there
is
wasn't
volume is
there wasn't
picking up.
there was no 200 Bitcoin buy order there yet. It appeared, right? It got absorbed.
Well, the good news also is it's not a vector candle, so this engulfing right here is a pretty nice candle. Yeah. Yep.
See, dump on bigger volume than what you need to go back up. So FOMC, well, expecting the no change, right? It's in 5 minutes, 3 minutes, sorry. The federal rate is at 4.5%, and we are expecting it to stay at 4.5%. Doesn't seem likely that there's going to be any surprise, but you never know. It could come up at 425, or it could come up even as a hike at 475. But we'll know that in 2 minute 58, and the most likely is as expected. But sometimes there are surprises. You never, like, we don't know until that thing is official. And it's high, 4.5%. Like overall, it's a high rate, right? Considering 2% inflation, well, 3%. What was CPI, PPI? You know, it's around 3%, right? Like the rates are higher than inflation. So that's an attempt at still bringing inflation lower, I guess. And then in half an hour, we have the press conference where we can listen to the guy. Look for quantitative easing clues. If he says we're done selling, then maybe we can dump. No, I'm joking. I don't know what will happen. We'll see. But it would make sense to sell the big caps to buy the small caps. So sell Nvidia, buy I don't know, small stuff. Stop all piling up in the same assets. It's exactly the same in crypto. We're all piled up on Bitcoin. There's no diversity. No diversity equals dangerous. What's the likelihood of a surprise cut because Powell is afraid? Like, even if they cut, it's bearish because that means that Powell is afraid something is breaking because of higher oil prices, and he's afraid it's going to slow down the economy too much, and his rates are already very restrictive. So if he cuts, it's to ease the economy because he's afraid of something, in which case investors could be afraid too, right? So we could actually dump if they cut.
I think I agree, but to a degree, because like if you think about it, if you lower rates right now, everybody's just gonna throw all of their money in right before this war really happens and try to make their
Dump
money.
and then pump.
Well, there's
And
1
then
second
when you
left.
pump it, you get there in a month, and then the war comes and it's just the end of the cycle. You don't want that. You want to extend it.
So it's as expected, 4.5%.
I think the end of the cycle's coming anyways.
No
We've
surprise.
been going up for a while. Like, we need a big crash. But the top's coming in first. I don't think it's the top yet.
Big buys, boys and girls.
I think if anything, each your big buy because it's a big sell, but
I'm
price is
sorry,
pumping.
Lucy. I mean, okay, medium-sized buys
Breaking news,
on the
breaking
shorter
news.
time frame.
No, it's a sell.
Breaking news, breaking news. Federal Reserve leaves interest rates unchanged, remains at 4.25 to 4.5%. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Here we go.
But the red bubble is much bigger than the green small stuff that's happening. But it got absorbed, right? Someone TP'd, got absorbed, so we're continuing up.
Let's go.
Like, still bearish order flow here.
Nah, I mean, it's certainly a range, but we have to see how this day pans out.
But it's 70-30. You have 70% pressing market sell, 30% pressing market buy. Yet price is rising because it's being marked up, yeah. Matched.
Big problem's going to happen in about August and September when all these companies who pre-ordered a ton of stuff when they saw the tariffs coming, they've got so much inventory, they're still selling it. But once that runs out, like they're anticipating August and September, that's when the squeeze is going to happen and it's going to get ugly.
Okay, so we might have a summer. We might avoid a summer dump and maybe even get a bit of a alt season pump.
Wick to the
Somewhat.
618 just now, and it could potentially be closing under the 0.50 right now. Bearish looking candle on the 15-minute, but it just opened, so who knows.
Ghost, you still here?
Is the next meeting like in September, or do we have any in July, August? It's like in September, no, the next one. So we should say medium sells then, if it was medium buys, right? It's still being absorbed though, because
Yeah, it's just a
we're
back
back.
and forth,
Yeah, it's. But there's a volume increase going on here, and so it could be something happening, right? Because we've seen a like 300 Bitcoin delta down there.
It's the meeting that he has after that's important, right?
Yes. Well, that's what traders like to watch because it's more like human friendly than a number.
Last night after this big dump down, yesterday I wanted to stay up last night to see are we gonna continue to pump or dump, and then today that's still the case. It's so hard sometimes to just be like, okay, I'm going to sleep.
It can last for months, you know.
When you're trying to build, like I'm trying to build a good position right now, because I think we're gonna get a big boom soon for in altcoins.
Yeah, who was looking for me? I heard my name. I'm sorry, I was getting a snack.
Yeah, Ghost, that was me. Hey, by chance,
Oh,
are
what's up,
you
buddy?
not much. Quick question for you. Are you by chance the same Ghost from Trenches from Terrell's group?
What up, buddy? You have a good
Not
ear.
much. Yeah, I recognize. I think it was the same Moji, and I recognize your voice.
Ah, nice to see you here, bro. Good that you found the
Yeah,
channel, man.
you're over in the Far East, right?
Oh, no, not Far East. Just Southeast Asia. You know, where
Okay.
Thai is. Yeah.
Yep. Gotcha. Yeah, I thought I recognized you. Shit, I'm glad to see you here because I kept getting wrecked in that group. I was new
Oh,
and
yeah,
market
yeah. I
was
actually
the mark. Yeah. What's that?
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I say, and the market was just apparently just complete shit. And
Dude, completely
when
gone,
I'm
man.
jumping in and as a new person in trading crypto, and he's able to clip that stuff and shit, you were probably better than he was at clipping and finding stuff and in a matter of seconds, and I'm fumbling around, and by the time I put my stuff in, then everything was
Uh,
just getting rugged. Got
yeah,
wiped
dude.
out about 25K.
It was a rough market, especially after what happened with Libra and the other coins that launched in January during the inauguration. But yeah, I
Oh
told
yeah.
Ty like I had to focus on my bags, so I had to leave and just like really lock in because like we got this cycle right here, right? And it's a beautiful cycle, and you gotta really focus on the bag, right? And yeah,
Oh yeah.
there was just no volume there. It's good to see you here, buddy. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
other guys that came from the trenches also. They're here. When
Oh
they
really?
saw me, they were like, "Is that you, Ghost?" I'm like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's me."
I was never able to get into the group. Like, I don't know. It's because I already had Blowfin and I already had Neo and all that other stuff, and I tried a million times to try to get in. Like I sat there and listened to you guys all the time, but I could never be part of the damn conversation.
I'll be
And
honest with the people who make the real money in that part of the market is really the influencers and people who own the channels.
oh
Because
yeah.
like yeah, because it can come to a point where I realize like yeah, I was making money, but there would be
Mhm.
days that you lose the same amount of money, which is not good
No,
because you're
no.
supposed to actually gradually increase your bag. You're not supposed to go way up, half down, up a bit,
Right.
half down. Like you just can't. It's just not. It's not healthy.
Because you
Yeah, I
always
mean,
want to trade it and you don't want to miss the move. So it's like, and it's hard to
Yeah.
always be right
Yep.
where the market's
Yep.
going.
and
So like you
Yep.
with the
kind of
way
got to be looking for key levels all the time and stuff.
that market was moving, then like if you weren't in the first few seconds and then selling your bag right when everybody else jumped in, you were getting
Yeah,
wrecked,
and
and
you
it
had
just
Cupsy ruining every chart, like every project out there.
yeah,
Like Cupsy come in,
he
put in
ruined the whole damn
$5 to wreck
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yep. And
So
Terrell, I mean,
yeah,
obviously he makes a lot of money off all his, connections,
referrals, right?
all of his
Yeah, because like remember, even if he loses, like people like Ty, like that's why I like Dbloc's channel. It's like how we ran it. We were a community. We weren't. There was no, there was no egos. We helped each other figure out how the market was. But the truth is, the market is rigged in that part of the
Oh, yeah.
ecosystem, especially in Solana. I mean, like, it's very hard. It's very difficult to master.
Right. Yeah. When I saw you on there last night, I was hoping it was you because I always appreciated listening. I learned more from you than I did Terrell. And
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you just had common sense, great TA, and just always were
Yeah,
on
because
the
I was
money
I
as
was
much as you could be for that market.
yeah, because I refrained from most of the like super low caps. I like trading them a little more. There's like a bigger community, bigger holders. It just
Oh,
made
yeah.
more sense. Here,
Yeah.
it's good that you're here, bro. Like, I actually know a lot of the other influencers and a lot of other callers and like other Bitcoin maxis, like the other communities basically on YouTube. This right here,
Mhm.
bro. This right here is
Yep.
exactly what I was looking for.
Right.
You'll notice if you keep coming back. How many days have you been around?
Well, I've been watching seriously for a couple weeks now, and so I've been able to,
Right. You starting to
definitely.
understand the thesis?
Oh yeah, yeah. And I
Yeah, right.
really didn't get into
It
this
makes
stuff
so
until
much
the
sense.
train.
It's so simple. It's common sense. And yeah, why are you trying to defeat the market maker when you could just like understand how the market maker makes his move and follow suit, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I learned some good TA stuff from Dbloc, and obviously listened to some of the other guys. So like I said, I was hoping that was you when I saw you on here last night, and I was just like, oh man, that's another great head in the game here to help out, because I always appreciated your
Trust me, when I got
your
here,
info.
I thought I was just okay. I was an okay trader. Then I saw what Dbloc was doing. I was like, oh, I gotta change a couple of things.
Mhm.
This is it, some people go like, this is the best TA. This is how to win the game. This is how to make your generational wealth. And then you look at what Dbloc does, and you go like, oh my god, it's just really just common sense and just like
The
don't
KISS
over leverage.
simple, or the KISS
Yeah.
approach. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah.
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 Follow the money.
But
Follow the money. That's what Dbloc does.
yeah.
And it's
Exactly.
changed a lot of things that I've been doing.
Good. Well,
And like before, I would trade every day. It doesn't matter, Monday all the way to like Sunday, and then
Mhm.
and now it's like I realize like, okay, I can actually have my Saturday and Sundays off. I can do touch the grass.
So right now,
Nice.
D-Block's bearish, right? According to his chart, he's bearish right now. For a
I'm sorry?
move down. According to D-Block's chart, he's bearish for a move down right now, right?
Well, yeah, until we break the trend, yeah. Like we have that invalidation right here. We've been kissing it and it's been pushing
Yeah,
down.
can't bounce.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the volume. The volume's already decreasing, bro. Like, and it's pushing down hard. I would like if you have shorts from like up here when it kind of kissed the 200, you're okay at 105, 250. Yeah, it's good if you have short, but like yeah, with FOMC just like 15, 20 minutes away, I'm not gonna take a trade until that thing's made its decision.
Hey, Ghost, are you doing much leverage? You do a lot of leverage trading, or mostly spot, or a little
No.
mix?
I've kind of changed. I changed a lot of stuff. Starting from the all-time high back in December. I changed a lot of things I used to do. Uh, what I do is I use a very small portion of my bag to do leverage. And what leverage trading does for me is it produces dry powder so I can buy more things on spot.
Sure. Get you. How
So
long have you
like,
been in this group?
oh, almost 2 months.
That's how I think of it. I treat it kind of like gambling, and then I do 125x, and then I use a
Oh, I don't
little
do
bit
that.
of money. I
I
use a
don't do
little
one.
bit of money, and then I
Yeah.
will use just a small percent of the account, and then if it goes wrong, I can hedge, and then
Yeah, I try to look for bottoms, and then I long those. I long or
yeah, that too,
I
because you want to get in at good times.
yeah,
Like I
but
was
they're like
almost right there at that 786 rejection at 109,000 there, but I got out right before the tweet, and then started plummeting.
but I'd be a
It's
hypocrite if I
weird. I
didn't
don't.
like. I have a daily itch, so I don't mind catching like the daily trend. But I do have what I call mega longs. Like I have a long that started from 76K on a bunch of big caps. So big caps, Bitcoin and Ethereum. And I would
Right.
just take profit, and I took profit all time high. And now I'm looking, so I'm taking all this dry powder and I'm like DCAing, because it's the
Sure.
number of tokens you have when you get to all time high that really matters.
Right.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, man,
exponential.
want to keep building it if you can.
Yeah, man. And also remember back in the trenches, I used to say to everybody, you gotta value your peace of mind.
Well,
You
I
can't
don't think
trade.
it's gonna
You don't
be
have it.
long
Yeah.
term. I honestly don't think crypto's gonna be good for humanity, but like, yeah, right now it's I think it's
No,
gonna
right now
take
we're about the
try to
money,
take
right? We
over
gotta
everything.
print. You gotta be practical. You gotta be practical. We're here to make money. As long as you have those goals, and the goals are that simple, then you just have to figure out the right techniques to make money, right?
My goal is to escape,
Oh,
but
I love it. That's
you know,
yeah.
even
Yeah,
then, if there's gonna be
through me.
it's creating all this war all over there, and you can't really
I
go
wouldn't worry
anywhere.
about the war. I think okay. One thing, I think the the US has learned its lesson in Afghanistan. So if you notice, after Afghanistan, like when the Ukraine-Russia war started, okay, I'll give you rockets, I'll give you missiles, I'll give you planes, but I'm not gonna send any of my I'm not gonna send
No
10,000
boots on
troops
the
over.
ground.
Yeah. So it's more of a smart war. Like Zusi was saying, like, why are you guys worried about the draft? Like, we're now in a world where the war is smart. Like what they did with what the Mossad did with Iran the past 2 days. What you see in the news is generals dying, but what you didn't know is that they hacked the airport, they hacked the banking system, they hacked everything. If a city or the country can't function its basic functions like
Yeah, you're right.
banking
I
and
hope they don't need me, man.
Brings it to its knees.
yeah.
No, there's a couple
So
guys on there last night that were talking about it was going to be World War III. I'm like, dudes, I go, I'm 57 years old. I said, I can tell you about 13 times that I've heard we're right on the cusp of World War III since I've been a kid. I said,
oh man.
I think
it's
I think what changes
saber
is
rattling.
the technology, though. Like that's what's changing things is the technology that we have now. It's changing the
Yeah.
time.
No, it's changing what we need technology for. Remember, it was sort
Well,
of a
like I'm
50
just saying, like
value
for like
value
people saying
Yeah.
war is gonna start before a while, like technology's changing it, like and advancing it potentially.
Yeah. But for today, we're gonna trade. Hopefully, we get some. Because I'm itching. I smell something in the air. I'll be honest. I smell something. Like
Personally, I'm not here to make money. I'm here to keep money.
I love it, Zusi.
How to put it?
No, that's good. No, that's true. That's true. Actually, making money, but the rules of making money is actually you have to learn how to not lose money first.
Yep.
Like you gotta learn how to use your
I'll win
SL,
more than what
risk
you lose.
management.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So when
yeah.
I started,
True, man.
I'm trying to build an account from a small amount, like $20, and build it up.
Yeah, and I don't know why. For some reason, I make on the leverage trading. I'm way more successful on betting the shorts than I am the longs. Like I don't know if it's maybe the TA I use or
It's the
what.
opposite for me, man. I've been trying to learn how to get in on the charts. I look for those
I'm
bearish divergences and bullish divergences and stuff, and then key support and whatnot.
It just seems to me like when something goes down, it goes down pretty darn quick and fast. But the up, when I do the longs, it's just like watching paint dry. Like it's a slow climb up, but when shit drops, it drops.
Okay.
Yet,
I think
My
I
brother
you're
used to have that problem, and what really helped is checking my bias by inverting the chart. That was a game changer. After that,
Yeah, that was a
my
game changer.
short bias kind of diminished, and it's pretty helpful.
That's when you know you're a bull.
Yet it took
Short.
Bitcoin more time to dump to 74 than to go back up to 112, right? Time-wise in the chart.
Yeah.
But
Just when
yeah, what's your name? What's your name on chat, bro? The guy who recognized
Robert.
me from. Oh, Robert. Yeah, Robert. Also, okay. Here's the thing.
Obviously,
You have to understand where we are in the cycle. Right now, you have sometimes the trades can be frustrating if you notice the volatility is pretty frustrating at the moment, and it's been like this for a few days.
Yep.
You have to be honest with yourself. One, we're in Bitcoin season. We're not in altcoin season yet.
Mhm.
If you allow yourself to accept that fact, you're gonna be trading a little smarter. Because sometimes when you see Bitcoin pump, oh, I can make more money on this altcoin or this altcoin. But the way Bitcoin affects all of the altcoins, it might wipe you out. It just keeps licking your stop loss one after the other, like just one time,
Oh
twice.
yeah, but what I'm saying is I mean I'm bullish. I mean I think Bitcoin's just going to
Oh
keep
yeah.
going up.
Definitely.
But when it goes down is when I catch it, and you don't catch a falling knife. But that's
Hmm.
I do longs and I do shorts, but I have way more success on the shorts for some reason than I do on the longs. I try playing the weather, whatever the TA and the graphs are giving me, that's the charts are giving me. That's the way I play it. But for some reason, I just
You
have
know
a
why?
higher success rate on the shorts.
You know why?
What are you trading?
You see that pullback all the time, eh?
It could be about patience, right? Because you need to wait longer on longs than on shorts. So maybe that's why you're more successful on shorts than on longs.
He sees them green candles and he just sees them red candles coming back down.
I think I got burned on too many longs that I was waiting for, like a long, and it just came back and got me on my leverage and would wipe me out for a huge chunk. Whereas the shorts, they're over fast and quick, and they don't run as long, so I don't get my leverage eaten up like on a long that might take several hours or days. It seems like they come back down and wipe out my stop loss. Whereas on shorts, it's kind of like gas prices, just like when the whole bombing started over in Iran, gas prices run way up, but once the war's over with, boy, how many months is it going to take for it to slowly trickle down? It's a flip,
You know
type
why?
of.
Yeah.
Do you know why? It's because people can't wait to sell. They're eager to sell. They're waiting to sell. They wait for that point to sell. But people are more cautious in their buys.
Mhm.
That's why you see like more staggered and more out of move. But we are gonna get to a point, like when we get to that point, that it's go time. That it's not good. Even like even if you're
It's
new to
really
this,
looking like
you're gonna make a lot of money.
50-50 to me for another push down or if this is the low. Like it's looking so
150.
undecisive for me right
Why
now.
don't? Yeah, that's why I don't want to get in the chart yet again. I did make a little fun scalp on that like burst up, but like yeah, this is just sideways for now. How long till the FOMC? This is taking way
5
too long.
minutes. 5 minutes.
Whew. Let's see how boring Mr. Powell is gonna be today.
Well, he's going to remind us of his dual mandate of providing stable, unemployment and.
And he's gonna remind us that we don't need a rate cut. It's not time yet.
For any of you guys that are kind of newer like me or new to hearing Ghost, he's a good guy to listen to. He's a smart cookie, so you guys can get some good info from him.
Oh, bro, trust me, things are gonna change for you staying here. A lot of stuff changed coming here.
Good.
It's good to see you here, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I remember.
like
I
said,
remember. I was on the sidelines for like 2 weeks, just like listening to Dbloc. I was like, "Who is this guy?" I just accidentally clicked on his, and I was watching. I was like, "That makes so much sense."
You know what's kind of funny is I found him about like 4 or 5 months ago, and I didn't know what kind of channel exactly it was, and there was just so much silence, and there was nothing, and there was, you know, maybe 1 or 2 minutes you might hear him kind of chime. He's got that calming radio voice. It's so cool, cool and level, and just like.
For
And
sure.
I'm used to that. I was used to the trenches group, and
Oh
I
man,
typed in like,
I
I'm like,
had to
holy
clean my
shit!
mouth when I got into this community. I had trench
I
mouth
said,
when I got here.
I said that I go, this is boring and no information. And Dbloc goes, don't let that door hit you where the good Lord split you. So I fucking left, and then
Right, right,
I came
right,
back.
dude.
I came back. I
Dbloc is
came back to
fast
him.
with it, man. He's fast with it.
Yeah, I came back a couple weeks ago. I just got into the Discord last night, but I came back a couple weeks ago and I started watching, and it seems like.
Bro,
I
literally
don't
an
know.
indecision candle printing on the 30-minute indecision candle. I'm pretty sure that is, right? It's like a wick to the upside, wick to the downside. I don't know where it wants to go.
Yeah, it's time. Keep watch. Let's see where this goes.
On the 10-minute chart on Dbloc screen, we're respecting that stop volume candle that we put in.
Yeah, we need confirmation. Is Trump gonna say anything after this
Yeah, that was the
FOMC?
786, so like it could easily bounce up.
Does Trump have
Or it
a
could make another
schedule?
low. I don't know. Who
Does
knows?
Trump have a schedule today to talk after FOMC? Nothing.
Already carved him this morning.
What time is Trump speaking?
Is he speaking? Because I want to know. Because like I don't want him to like ruin the party. Is he?
Yeah, I don't
just
know.
want.
I don't know if he's speaking. I was asking what time.
No. People in chat are saying no.
Be charged anything. Do you think this would materially shift anything?
He's a fun sponge.
What's going on, team?
Hey, what up, D?
I'm gonna restart the stream real quick, and then we're gonna be back with Pal.
Okay.
All right.
So like and
Yeah, Trump is
subscribe.
like
We'll be
that
right back.
wild card uncle in the party, man. It's like every family reunion, there's something you're just watching him, waiting for him to do something crazy.